Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Now here's your host, Wilmot Mutty Perkins.
Okay, morning everybody, morning and welcome once again to Perkins Online. Well, there are several items attracting a lot of public attention, a lot of attention on the radio and television programs, in the newspapers. One, of course, is the polls. And as you'll remember, I predicted some time ago, the polls were saying that the two parties were neck and neck. I told you that as we approach the election, that pattern would change and that the People's National Party would surge ahead. Well, it seems to be happening. Well, insofar as the polls are saying it. And there is a big quarrel now apparently going on between one set of pollsters, the so-called Carlstone polls, and the owners of that poll, Gorstew Limited, Mr. Butch Stewart's company, and the poll is supposed to have been published in the Observer. The Observer, a poll has been submitted, and poll results have been submitted. The Observer has chosen not to publish them. We don't know why. The Observer has not spoken on the matter, but we are hearing from other sources, I don't know what sources, that this is because the most recent Stone poll was putting the PNP some distance ahead, I think 7 or 8 points ahead in the popular support. And the head of the Stone polling organization, Mrs. Wyverlin Patterson, I don't know why everybody's calling her Miss Wyverlin Gager. She's Mrs. Wyverlin Patterson. Well, she apparently has resigned. I don't know why, and it would be interesting to hear, to get some information. But it's being said that the reason is that they had the PNP out ahead, but the Anderson poll, which the Observer is now publishing, also has the PNP out ahead. In yesterday's poll, they're now saying, in the poll that has been published this morning, they're now saying that that the PNP is 4 points ahead. 29% say they will vote PNP. 25% say they will vote for the Labour Party. 4 percentage points ahead. But curiously, yesterday we were being told by the same polls that 55% thought the PNP was doing a good job. Isn't that it? I think so. 55% think the PNP is doing a good job, but only 29% will vote PNP. I wonder what, that's very odd. It requires some explanation. But what requires even more explanation is that 61% think, according to yesterday's published results, 61% think that the country is moving in the wrong direction. 61%. But 55% think the PNP is doing a good job. How can that be? I don't understand it. Country's moving in the wrong direction. But those who are moving the country in the wrong direction are doing a good job. But at the same time, even though they're doing a good job, only in the estimation of 55%, only 29% would vote for them in the coming elections. Isn't that odd? I don't quite understand that. But you know, my position, well, what I suggest to people is that they think about polls and poll results before they turn to follow them. Think seriously about it. What reason, for example, if somebody comes to you and publishes results of a poll saying this, that, or the other, what persuasive evidence do you have that that person, well, you know, I'm not suggesting that this is happening in any particular polls, right? I'm just raising a hypothetical situation. Have you ever been polled by a pollster? Anybody ever come to you and ask you what your opinion was on this, that, or the other? Do you know anybody who has ever been? Of course, they say they're polling, 1,400 persons throughout Jamaica. Well, that's, that leaves a lot of people unpolled, but the polls have been going on for years. And most people are saying that they have never been approached by a pollster. Now, is there anything any way that you can determine whether the pollster who is giving you whatever results has ever left his office? To go out on the street to ask anybody anything, or send anybody out there, or if he sends people, that he knows whether those persons have really asked the questions of voters, or whether they just sat down in their houses, filled in all the papers, the answers, and came back with them. You have no way of knowing these things. So, while the polls might be interesting, fascinating, and so on, don't take them seriously. You make up your mind what party you're going to vote for, or what person, or whatever. You make up your mind based upon the evidence out there, what you see as the issues. Make up your mind on that basis and go and vote. And if the outcome accords with the polls, well, fine, nothing wrong. On the other hand, if they don't accord with the polls, again, fine, nothing wrong. Right? The pollsters, it is possible that pollsters can be telling you what they want you to believe. That the pollster can be a way of campaigning by or for a political party, the polls. So I wouldn't take them too seriously. Right? Which is not to say that I have any evidence that any one of these pollsters has done anything of the sort. I'm just saying that it is a possibility. Right? It is a possibility. And even if the pollster does go out there to do a poll, the accuracy of his results is another matter. We have no way of knowing that they're accurate. Right? None whatever. Anyway, that's just my thoughts on the matter. And I recommend that to all the people in Jamaica that you think very seriously about this. Don't allow yourselves to be guided by polls. Polls have nothing to do with the real issues. Right? The real issues are like the condition of the economy, the state of public institutions, whether the government is acting in the interest of the people or acting corruptly and all this kind of thing. These are issues. And there are others. Right? Think of those issues. But don't allow yourselves to be, your thinking, to be in any way seriously affected by polls. Okay? Okay, shall we take the break?
This is a message from the Ministry of Labour and Social Security. Parents, is your child a PATH beneficiary between 1 and 6 years old? Have you taken him for a checkup since January? If you have not, then you must take him to the health centre by June 30. Remember, your PATH benefit depends on these visits. The Programme of Advancement through Health and Education, advancing your family, developing Jamaica. For further information, call toll-free 1-888-991-7284 or contact the Ministry's office in your parish.
Workers in the light and power industry, the JPS Employees Co-op Credit Union is you and your family's best bet for attractive loans and investment options. The time by the JPS Employees Co-op Credit Union, your financial partner for life, is
10:15.
Sorry, Gran.
We stopped for gas and then you disappeared for so long and left me in the car, boy.
Sorry, Gran.
What you doing there? Did you go eat a sandwich?
No, Gran.
Were you reading magazines?
No, Gran.
Oh, you had one of those fancy mocha cafe latte coffee things?
No, Gran.
Well, what you did get, boy?
Aspirin.
Drive into an Esso now for everything you need. We know your passengers value the time spent with you as much as you enjoy the time spent with us. How do we know? We're drivers too. So, what you doing later?
I plan to call and text free.
All right. What you doing tomorrow then?
I plan to call and text free.
What about this weekend?
I plan to call and text free.
Next month?
Next year, I plan to call and text free with the B-Mobile Anyone Free Time plan.
What's that?
A plan that gives you 2 hours of free calls and 20 free texts every day to any B-Mobile or CMW number. And 20% off calls to the US, UK landlines, and Canada.
So, how much it costs?
Only $200 a week for prepaid and $800 a month for postpaid.
Sounds good.
Believe it.
The B-Mobile Anyone Free Time plan. A plan to call and text free every day. Sign up now. Call or text the word START to 809-FREE. That's 809-3733. Details on the press. Conditions apply.
Me and my B-Mobile, there's nothing quite like us.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. The Gleaner this morning has a bombshell, or has exploded a boom on the front page. A frustrated Auditor General, Adrian Strawn, has lashed the Dr. Omar Davis-led Ministry of Finance and Planning for the role it has played in facilitating and perpetuating the perennial breaching of government guidelines. A stern Adrian Strawn said the Finance and Planning Ministry must decide whether it will properly police public spending or continue to be party to public entities sidestepping proper procedures, which has resulted in millions of dollars worth of unauthorized expenditure and an embedded culture of breaches. Well, looking as I have over the years at the Auditor General's report, I'm not at all surprised to see this outburst. In fact, I wonder how it is that the Auditor General has restrained himself for so long. Because every year that report mentions a number of such breaches. And let's face it, it is part of a pattern of corruption. That is what it is. Right? What is the need for breaching government guidelines and legislation relating to the issuing of contracts, for example? Why? Why breach them? Unless to facilitate corrupt intention. That's what is happening. This government is so scandal-ridden, you see. It really is. And this is a scandal. Nothing short of a scandal. And the story is a long story. They go on to give examples of what Mr. Strawn is talking about. Right? Well, scandal after scandal. after scandal. But the government is doing a good job. 55% tells us so. According to the polls. There's another story on one of the inside pages of the Observer. The headline says, page 5 of the Observer this morning. Lead investigator into the Bob Wilmot. And to go back for a moment to this issue of corruption, we're hearing about the popularity of Mother P. She says we are her children. She therefore must be our mother. And what does she say? She calls the shots. The dictator. She calls the shots. But you'll remember that one of the promises that she made when she became Prime Minister was to put an end to corruption. That's her second commitment to the Jamaican people. Her first was to uphold the human rights of the Jamaican people. She seems to have forgotten that one. Her second was to eliminate corruption. That one she has also forgotten, it seems. We have heard nothing about either of those coming from her since she made that speech at King's House more than a year ago. And one of the questions that one needs to ask, and, I'm not asking it by way of any kind of campaigning, but it is an issue that the Jamaica people need to examine. What is it that Mother P has done in the time that she has been Prime Minister to create the impression in the public mind that she really is capable of solving any of the serious problems of this country, or offering the kind of leadership that would bring about such a solution? What is it? I don't know. I am anxious to hear somebody tell me that, give me an answer to that question. But lead investigator into the Bob Wilmot death, Deputy Commissioner. I don't think he's Deputy Commissioner. Isn't he Assistant Commissioner? Deputy Commissioner Shields, Mark Shields, along with other officers, have been gagged by Police Commissioner Lucius Thomas. I wonder if that is why we didn't have him yesterday. The gag order comes a day after the National Security Minister, Peter Phillips, announced that a review committee had been set up to look into the investigative techniques and medical practices used in the Wilmot death probe. Yesterday, Shields refused to comment when the Observer asked him to speak on the Wilmot review ordered by Phillips, and instead referred the newspaper to the police's director of information, Carl Angel. Angel, when contacted, said Commissioner Thomas had implemented a strategic communications policy, quoted. They quote that, a strategic communications policy. And again, quoting, in an effort not to prejudice the work of the coroner, the work of the coroner. Who is the coroner now? I thought he was talking about a committee set up by the minister. But that the work of that committee, set up by the coroner, set up by the minister, may well end up prejudicing the work of the coroner. But in an effort not to prejudice the work of the coroner, we are not at this time making any comments on the Bob Woolmer affair. It is not a muzzle order, Angel said. It was not clear whether recent tit-for-tat comments by Shields and his colleague, Senior Superintendent Ranito Adams, had any bearing on the edict laid down by Thomas. But an observer source claimed that Shields was summoned to the commissioner's office in Kingston yesterday and ordered to keep his mouth shut. Keep his mouth shut. I wonder if there was an adjective left out of that there. Keep his mouth shut. What a hell of a thing. Hold on just a moment for me, please.
Ideal Finance Corporation, 17 Ripon Road, Kingston 5, offers competitive interest rates on your investments and attractive foreign exchange rates. Call 960-639024. The time by Ideal Finance Corporation is
10:30.
Today's weather brief is brought to you by Lloyd's Distributors Limited and Lloyd's Sales Hardware, 98 Red Hills Road, Kingston 19. Now open, 145 Constant Spring Road, Kingston 8. Before you buy, compare our prices, because nobody beats us. Nobody. Lloyd's Distributors Limited and Lloyd's Sales Hardware, 98 Red Hills Road and 145 Constant Spring Road. Massive sale on steel, lumber, 5/8 form ply, cement and more. Take our competitors' quotations to us, and we'll beat the prices, because nobody beats us. Nobody. Telephone 969-3382. That's 969-3382.
Now for today's weather brief. There's a surface to mid-level trough across the western Caribbean. This morning, expect showers over southern and coastal areas. During the afternoon, it will be mostly cloudy with scattered showers and isolated thunderstorms, mainly over central and western areas. Over the next 3 days, look for partly cloudy mornings over southern areas. Elsewhere will be mainly sunny. During the afternoons, expect partly cloudy and windy conditions along southern areas. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by Meloy's Distributors Limited and Lloyd's Sales Hardware, 98 Red Hills Road, Kingston 19. Now open, 145 Constant Spring Road, Kingston 8. Before you buy, compare our prices, because nobody beats us. Nobody.
The news is out. You already know Langer's pomegranate juice helps clear clogged arteries and fights heart disease. Now, clinical trials by the National Cancer Institute in the USA indicate that pomegranate juice may stop recurring prostate cancer. Langer's pomegranate juice is made from the whole fruit for maximum antioxidant content. Langer's pomegranate juice, your ally in the fight against prostate cancer and heart disease. Available in your favorite supermarket. Distributed by Qualcare Limited.
Celebrating social style on a lot of happy smiles. Just think of the joy you bring with a social gift that keeps on giving.
Ideal for celebrating life goals or marking special occasions, a Scotia gift certificate is the one gift your friends and family will appreciate for years to come.
Never forget the day you gave the best gift yet. A Scotia gift certificate.
That's just her call or visit any Scotiabank branch today for details on Scotia gift certificates.
01-968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. You know, I suspect that from here on in, whatever the conclusion, that Mr. Shields is not going to be very comfortable or happy. Well, not within the force, maybe outside. Okay, let's go to our telephones. Hello? Hello.
Hello.
Yes, good morning, sir.
Morning, Mr. Perkins. How are you doing?
Bueno, Daya?
You're there?
Yeah. Daya, go on.
Yeah, man. We have to God say we're there in a sense.
Yes, indeed.
They say them not take the little bread where the Father give it.
Yes.
Yeah, man. Boy, Mr. Perkins, this country, you can't tell me where we're going. In a reverse down there.
Well, obviously, if you go by what the pollsters are saying, the people of this country seem to be quite happy with it as it is going.
We don't listen to pollsters, you know, Mr. Perkins.
You listen to them?
No, man. You were saying, I never see a pollsters approach me yet in all the polls where I hear them talk about.
Well, look here. you don't want a little free entertainment. You don't want something to laugh about.
You mean the pollsters?
Yeah, I think you can. I think you can get a good laugh out of them.
Yes, but why we laugh? Guess what happened? It affecting other people.
Well, I don't know.
Because here what happened. There are people in this country where just listen to the wind, the hot air, the blow from them people, you know.
Yes.
And
hot air.
They know. That's why them keep the people ignorant in this country.
Yes, that is quite true.
You know, them keep the people ignorant in this country.
Yes.
There are people in this country, you know, Mr. Perkins, who don't know what is government, you know, and the purpose of government.
Yes, quite true.
You know?
Uh-huh.
And guess what happened? Business people is being called upon to do this and to do that.
Uh-huh.
And you listen when people are ball out, say them nah do this and them nah do that. They never call out from government. We talk about, look on the roads, them from Negril Point to Moran Point. You know, private people are fixing them, you know, Mr. Perkins.
Oh, yes?
Yeah. So I'm wondering, these pollsters, why them don't go ask the people who are demonstrate all over the country if it's private people to fix the road or government who are take them billions of dollars. You know, you ever think back, Mr. Perkins, say, how long this government in power? And when the Siaga-led government was in power, remember GCT was not in, you know.
Uh-huh.
You remember that?
Yes.
And when you check out how much billions of dollars them people are collect for GCT.
When did GCT come in? Wasn't it during the 1970s? No?
No.
It was since, it was in the 90s then?
Yeah, in the 90s.
I see.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
You see? And you check how much billions of dollars daily the government get.
Uh-huh.
And so how the Sierra government used to fix road and the economy grow 7%, just 7%?
At one stage it was growing pretty near that.
Right.
Towards the end of the
economy growing with that money that they had.
Mm-hmm.
And now this government getting almost billions and the road them can't fix. You ever think of it, Mr. President?
Well, they have other things to do with the billions, you know, sir.
Yeah, like the monster where I see out of Sabina Park and one in the woods of Trelawney.
Well, I tell you something. You haven't seen the front page of the Gleaner this morning.
I don't see it as yet.
No, man, go look at it because it has a story there where the Auditor General is really sort of chewing up the Ministry of Finance.
But I don't believe this, Mr. Perkins. You believe that the Minister of Finance don't care. Him don't care, you know. The people, them don't have nothing named pride. Them don't have nothing named integrity.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Well, to judge by his actions over the better part of 18 years, I'm sure that he would have difficulty persuading anybody that he was, any really intelligent person, that he was trying hard to
Judas
serve the
done
interests
less
of the
than that
American
and go hang himself.
Eh?
Judas done less than what these people have done to this country and go hang himself.
Yes, well, Judas was a decent man, you know.
I believe so.
A very decent man.
Yes, man. I have a little problem down in Mud Lake City where I live, Mr. Perkins.
Uh-huh.
And number one, this plant here that has been, I call this plant that come like when in this country, in Mud Lake City, when we talk about the thing that is affecting people in this country.
Uh-huh.
And then if you come down here and ask, what is affecting the people of East in Clarendon? The plant, I would describe it as crime.
Yes.
Like how you describe crime in Jamaica. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, because number one, them get questionable contractors who don't give the youth them in the area work. Them go and get people from different areas. There are a group of people that we call them crumbs gatherers. And these people gather the crumbs and keep the crumbs for themselves.
Uh-huh.
So the people around them don't get any of the crumbs. Now, this company come in and these people, them use as contractors.
Yes.
And these people go out and get people from different areas and don't give the youth in the area no work and collect some crumbs from it. And then what is getting bad now is that they are fighting. They are for some power to see who can gather the most crumbs. And so they them fight against each other. And I have called upon I'm calling upon the Commissioner of Police, Mr. Perkins, because the other day I experienced one of the crumbs gatherer agent block the road that we coming in and don't come out of the road because then him call 3 car with gunman and stick and stool and machete to come chop up people who ask him to clear the road. When him park in the road, that is what happened. You understand me? So they gather in power, and at the same, we have a jeep in here, a whole jeep. When the police go out, they have to push it. Then they have no gas to put in there. The tapper drop off, the wheel drop off. Guess what happened? The jeep park at one of them questionable characters' yard, and then them rent jeep and give to the police. Them rent, jeep and give to the police. And then I overheard this youth saying that the police can't do anything because, so what them do, them back the police in a corner by renting jeep, and then when them do them wrong, them say the police can't do anything. I'm calling on the Commissioner of Police. See, there's a lot of vehicles I see park of people yard and driving up and down. And we want a jeep in ears carrying that for the ears police. The police must get a jeep. Look how much new vehicle coming into this country.
Yes.
And then the police have to rely on some people for rent jeep for them.
To help them out.
To help them out. How can this happen in this country where we live in and paying so much taxes, Mr. Perkins?
Hold on, sir. This country owes pretty nearly $1 trillion of debt. That is what they acknowledge.
Right.
Because there are other items of debt that's not included in it.
Don't go on, yeah.
Have you ever wondered what happened to all that money?
Well, let me tell you something. My theory is, Mr. Perkins, money is not something that you put in a vault like gold and you go back and take it out.
No. Well, you can do that, but...
Yeah. But what happened? When these guys get these loans from abroad, what them do? Them friend access it to them, and them don't keep it in Jamaica. Them put it in a foreign bank.
Oh?
Then guess what happened? When them put it in a foreign bank, the man will go and keep it there. The man what need for lend it to make some money on it, and that him can get a little...
You're not suggesting that the government is corruptly helping themselves to Jamaica's money. You're not suggesting that.
Mr. Perkins, why you believe them people get so fat in and weigh $300,000?
No, man.
Is from them salary?
No, man. Some of them weighed that before.
No.
They got into government.
Wear $300,000 suit from them salary?
Huh?
Eh?
They're being well paid, They're being well paid. They're among them.
In Jamaica?
Yes, man.
In Jamaican dollars?
Yes. They're being well paid.
But to consider my theory is that we are paying interest upon interest because every time the government borrow money and then it go back to the international community, we are paying for the loan and then it come back and we continue. So it's a recurring decimal thing. You understand me? And that's because here what happened. I was saying to the World Bank people one time, I said, look, man, if you want to help Jamaican people, you can't give the money to the government. What you need to do is to change out the money, go up and up park camp, and buy one of them helicopter. And you just fly over each district in Jamaica and dash with that money and give the people them.
Well,
and you come back a few weeks after and see if you don't see the result of the money. You don't believe me? Eh?
You think the people would use it to good effect?
Of course.
I see.
So the point I'm making, Mr. Perkins, is that this money,
maybe Sister P she's going around in the helicopter, so maybe she's practicing, and will do that when she gets her mandate.
Definitely.
All right, so thank you very much. All the best to you.
Today's weather brief is brought to you by Suddenly Slender Jamaica Limited. Doctors say 65% of us are overweight. Get help now.
Celebrate a new you. You could drop a jean size or two for summer. For the month of June only, for every 2 wraps purchased, you will get 1 free. Feel and look wonderful. Suddenly Slender body wraps. Get a butt, hip, thigh, and tummy makeover. No surgery. Suddenly Slender. Shops 14 and 15 Hilton Kingston. 920-1139 or 997-1909. Now for today's weather brief. There's a surface to mid-level trough across the Western Caribbean. This morning, expect showers over southern and coastal areas. During the afternoon, it will be mostly cloudy with scattered showers and isolated thunderstorms, mainly over central and western areas. Over the next 3 days, look for partly cloudy mornings over southern areas. Elsewhere will be mainly sunny. During the afternoons, expect partly cloudy and windy conditions along southern areas. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by Suddenly Slender Jamaica Limited. Feel better, look better, improve your health. Call 920-1139.
Keep screwworms at bay. Check your animals every day. The National Screwworm Eradication Program, NSEP, is in the process of eradicating the screwworm from Jamaica. But we need your help. Animal owners, you must check your animals for wounds every day. You should also treat any wounds you find with a free wound powder distributed by the NSEP. For information, please contact the National Screwworm Eradication Program at 977-7554 or 977-2489.
Deposit insurance is a scheme to protect depositors in banks and building societies. And effective July 1, protection for depositors' funds will be increased from the current $300,000 to $600,000 per depositor per institution. For further information, call JDIC, toll-free at 1-888-991-5342.
JDIC, protecting deposits for you and me.
Marlon, I want to fix up the kitchen at home and the bar at the club with some nice countertop sink and faucets, but I wonder if I can afford it.
Look, Miss B, as a trained workman, Cameron Industries, them have low price fender acrylic, post-form laminated in plenty colors, and them solid surface second to none. The workman, them factory trained. Them products strong and resist heat, chemicals and stain. Them also have some nice sinks, and what the nice word they use the pipe?
Faucet. Come to think of it, everybody's talking about Camerons. I also hear they give excellent service.
That's right. Check them at the Trade Center, 3032 Reynolds Road, Kingston. Telephone 906-386-224 and Hatfield, Manchester, 963-0628. Cameron Industries is the best name for quality countertops in Jamaica.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, good morning to you, Mom.
Good morning, Mr. Perkins.
How are you?
I am not telling you how I am.
Why?
No.
You keeping
because
it as...
I am very perplexed about something.
You're perplexed?
I am looking at 100 years. And I've been talking to some friends of mine who are, most of them are over 70. And none of them, including myself, have ever been approached about the poll business. So what is the poll business about? It's a joke or what?
You're 100 years?
Eh?
You said you're looking at 100
Yes,
years?
I'm looking at 100. And up to now, I have never been approached and asked about this poll business.
Yes.
What is it, a joke or what?
I don't know. I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
Then why haven't they come and asked me? And I've been around so long.
Uh-huh.
Well, sir.
Well, I don't know.
But Mr. Perkins, it is funny. Then how they can know how much and this, how much and that? And I am not the only person, for us. I've been talking to people, about friends of mine. We were having a discussion. And none of them are under 70. All of them are 70, 75. One of them is 80.
Uh-huh.
And he says he has never been approached by a poll man yet.
Yes.
Well, I don't know. Maybe they're using the electric polls.
I don't know, Mum.
Well,
I don't know, but, you know, they're on the face of it, on the evidence, there's nothing to prevent a pollster putting out information without doing any polling. You know that. I'm not telling you that is happening in any particular case, but, you know.
Hello?
Yes, I'm listening.
Yes, I'm not hearing you very well.
No, I'm saying that that there's nothing to prevent me, for example, establishing myself as a pollster and sitting down in my office and writing out a set of results and publishing that and saying that is what I got from polling.
Well, it's no wonder the poll business is going out of fashion.
Is it going out of fashion?
Eh?
Is it going out of fashion?
Well, then, I mean, so many people can be, and I'm just one of in a crowd.
Uh-huh.
What happens when somebody comes and talks to you about the poll business?
Uh-huh.
How does it work?
Well, they're supposed to put questions to you, and to, you know, write down the answers that you give to those questions, and to compile them with answers that other people give, and, you know.
Well, I've always thought it so strange that so many people that said how many thousands out poll this and poll that, and yet there are hundreds that have never been questioned. Anyway.
Well.
I just wish them luck all the same. I'm still waiting. You never can tell.
Eh?
I hope they don't wait until after I'm not around to come and ask me.
So you're still hoping to be...
Well, you never can tell.
Uh-huh.
You never can tell. Funnier things have happened.
Mark you, there are what, 2.7 million people in this country, right? And the pollsters claim to be polling...
I think some of them.
Somewhere just over 1,000 all over the country. So, you know, maybe that is the explanation.
Yeah.
But, again, it's not certain, it's not clear how you can poll 1,000 people or 1,400 people and then say well, it's not 2.7 million. That's the total population. The voting the registered population to vote is somewhere in the region, just over 1 million, 1.3 million or something like that.
They have an old time saying, you live in hopes and you die in despair.
Yes.
So maybe that is what is happening.
Yes.
Okay, Mr.
So what do you think of the poll results?
Eh?
What are you thinking about the poll results?
What I'm thinking about it was polling.
Yeah.
I don't know, Mr. Perkins, for us that nobody has ever come. No, neither electric poll nor any kind of poll. Maybe those that they're looking at are having too much things on it for the electric poll, so that they don't bother with that one. So.
All right. Nice hearing from you.
Yes.
You must call again.
Okay, sure.
All the best. Okay, hello?
Mutty.
Yes.
How you do?
Not too bad.
Tell me something. Before I ask you, let me tell you. Sometime in the 50s, you see, Harold Blair daddy preached a sermon.
He did preach a sermon?
On...
Oh, Harold Blair's daddy was a pastor too?
Yeah, man. One of the best New Testament preacher they have from New Testament come to Jamaica.
Oh, is that from New Testament?
Yeah, man, a New Testament. He pastored a little church in Hanover. A little district they call Maryland. That's where Blair grew up. They went to a Presbyterian school they call Maryland School.
Yes.
So he preached a sermon about Nebuchadnezzar and I think it was Daniel or Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. So he was saying, according to the scripture, Nebuchadnezzar say, at the sound of the harp, the flute, the dulcimer, and the clarinet, the people should bow. And these boys, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, they said they're not bowing. So Elder Blair, as we call him, come to the conclusion and say, some people don't bow to gold, but they bow to silver. Because these men never bowed to Daniel. It's only to God they would have bowed. To me, the poll is demonstrating that. Jamaica. Jamaicans don't bow to gold. They bow to silver.
I see.
That's my conclusion. As everybody who call you says, nobody has ever come to them concerning the poll. From poll has been carrying out. I think if they go into one district in Jamaica once, you don't feel like they cover all the districts?
Yes, well, I don't know.
Just one time. You just have to go into one district one time.
Yeah.
From the day they have been carrying out poll in Jamaica. You don't believe they would cover all the districts?
Well, maybe they keep going into the same districts. I don't know.
That's my belief. And, for instance, if you go into Tivoli and you carry out a poll, you know what the result you would get. And if you go into Sister P constituency and carry out a poll, my view is that these polls know where they are going and know directly the outcome of the poll. And as you rightly said all the while, no matter how you see the Labour Party leading, as it's coming up near to the election, as they fly the gate, no go come. You no go come. This is a prediction you make and it's a true prediction. No go come. You know what will be the result. But what the Labour Party should have done from day one, if they say them a lead, ignore the poll. If they say Labour Party is leading, ignore the poll.
Yes.
If PNP is leading, ignore the poll. Not only when they are not leading, they ignore it.
Yes.
Because my view is that, and my belief is that if they say the Labour Party is leading, I ignore the poll. And if they say PNP is leading, I ignore the poll.
Yes.
I ignore it. Concerning Comrade Bunting now, there was a big, you remember when Hugh Small resigned?
Yes.
And how they went quickly to grab at Comrade Davis?
Yes.
Without hesitation. They gladly grab at Comrade Davis. It seems to me that is what they are doing with Comrade Bunting. That Comrade Davis is on his way out, and they are gladly grabbing at Comrade Bunting. But there was a big issue concerning his winning Shearer, like he has found a giant. So, therefore, he can fall David now.
Hold on a moment for me.
Make it Cake World for freshly baked products, bread, picture and character cakes, pastry, buns and more. For a delightful taste, visit Cake World, shop number 9 Premier Plaza, LOJ Shopping Center and 12 Friend Street, Spanish Down. Telephone 920-3570. The time by Cake World is
11 o'clock.
Smells great, tastes better. Your favorite Dr. Luscious and Tasty Baked products. Delve into our delicious Dr. Luscious cheese bread, pineapple cake and raisin cake, and our tasty Tasty orange, coconut and cherry cakes. Available at all major supermarkets and stores island-wide. Fresh, savory and mouth-watering baked brands. Dr. Luscious and Tasty line of products. Baked and distributed by Breads and More Limited, 27 East Street, Old Harbor. Telephone 983-0644. Dr. Luscious and Tasty Baked products. Just what the doctor ordered.
I want to be an election day worker.
I worked in the last general elections, and I'm proud to be a part of the democracy. I felt quite safe, and the process is thorough and fair.
The EOJ needs 3,000 additional workers for Election Day. We're seeking persons with at least 1 year tertiary education living in the Kingston, St. Andrew, and St. Catherine areas. We're making a special appeal to teachers and civil servants to join our team. Pick up an application form at shop number 21, Portmore Pines Plaza, EOJ, 43 Duke Street, the Election Center, 9th floor, Towers, New Kingston, or call 922-9015 for details. Do it for democracy. Do it for Jamaica.
I love keeping my mind and body in shape. That's why I drink V-Soy. It's high in protein, calcium, and iron. It has a great taste. And my son loves it with his cornflakes. Who knew being healthy could be this satisfying? Thank you, V-Soy Soya Milk. Distributed by Brasco Distributors Limited, 17.5 Q Road, Kingston. Telephone 908-1211. That's 908-1211. V-Soy Soya Milk. Good taste while keeping healthy.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here. Hello?
Yes, Mutty. Comrade Bunting.
Yeah.
When they're making this big issue about he winning Shearer was on his way out, you know. At the time when he win Shearer was on his way out. Because the previous election, Shearer win by just double figure. Less than 100 votes Shearer win by.
Yes.
So he was on his way out. So Comrade Bunting never fall a giant. Now we have a bigger challenge. Because he have the Labour right now in that constituency is much more than the Comrade.
Well, Sally Portius lives in that constituency. You know, it's an interesting thing. Maybe we should encourage a situation in Jamaica where people are represented in Parliament by somebody who lives in their constituency.
Of course.
Right?
Because, let me tell you something. I don't know if you know Comrade Mullins' constituency. You know it?
You mean...
Over in from...
Comrade Mullins?
From Money. It is not East Centre?
Yes, I know. Yes, I know that constituency.
When you leave from Money there, go to roadside.
Yes.
Golden Grove.
Yes, around Claremont.
When you look on the left hand side, you feel, say, Comrade Hannah can manage them terrain there?
Well, I don't know.
Me not think so, you know.
Why you don't think so?
No, man, she's too soft with that.
No, man, lady's beautiful, but...
Yes, I agree.
But she's also...
Will they be voting on beauty?
Eh?
Will they be voting on beauty?
I don't know.
Eh?
I don't know.
There is a little place they call Irons Mountain, even until now.
Yes.
I don't think another parish having more tank and catchment and all them thing there.
Yes.
No water in St. Anne. And that's a seat from 44 till now voting PNP. And that is why, you know, the most honorable Sims Miller is sending her there at the 9th hour. Because she know that they are they get comrade, they born comrade, they live comrade, and them are go dead comrade. So that's why she's sending them there. She could send her there even after nomination there, you know. Because she have that confidence, but I tell you something, she's going to get a surprise. She's going to get a big, big surprise. On education, the common entrance.
The big surprise is what? The big surprise is what? That she's going to lose?
If Comrade Hannah win, would that be a surprise to her?
No, I don't think it would.
Good. So she's going to get a surprise. Most Honorable Simpson Minda is going to get a surprise.
You think that Comrade Hannah is going to lose?
Yeah, man. We believe so.
Why?
If she win, you can understand that Jamaica is a backward nation.
Oh?
That's my view. I can be wrong and I stand corrected. Because let me tell you something. Before independent, you see, was Jamaica, Barbados and Trinidad using the same currency?
Yes.
The British pound.
I think so.
The British pound.
The British pound.
Then tell me something, Comrade Perkins. Tell me something. If after independence,
you must have seen the color of my shirt this morning. I did. Your eye good, you know. Your eyesight good.
We can't see through a 6 inches wall, man. I can see through a 6 inches wall.
You can see through. Well, boy, I didn't know that you could have seen.
Yeah, man.
Yes, man. You look for my shirt.
Tell me something.
Yes.
All right. In 1990.
Yes.
The dollar was 5.50. Them say Siaga hold it under bandol over here. Give them even say 10 for 1. 10 for 1. It is now a brush near to go to 70. Near me, Barbados, Trinidad and, well, we understand Guyana, Barbados, Trinidad and Tobago, Jamaica. Why should the money have a slide, so? Call it 70. Call it 70 for 1. Call it 10 for 1 in 1990. And in 2007, say 17 years, it moved from 10 for 1 to almost 70 for 1. You imagine?
Yes.
Isn't that bad?
But when the Jamaican dollar was created, sir? Right? Back in the
69.
Yes.
2 for 1.
It was, no. $1.20 US to $1 Jamaican dollar.
$1.20 US.
Before
69 it was 40 cents.
And hold on.
4 shilling. Before 69 it was 4 shilling.
Yes.
And the pound was 2.
No, a dollar? The dollar?
Yeah, before 69.
When did we go to the dollar?
We changed in 69.
Yes.
We changed in 69. And the change where the pound was 10 shilling was a dollar. So a pound would be, it was 2 for 1 in the British pound.
Yes.
And what did the dollar was, the US dollar was 4 shilling prior to 69. I don't remember what.
No, man, the US dollar wasn't 4 shilling.
Yeah, man.
We used to call 4 shilling
was a dollar.
Well, we used to call 4 shilling a dollar.
4 shilling.
Well, I think at one point, way back, maybe 4 shillings would have bought the US dollar.
4 shilling for the US.
I don't know, I can't remember.
Yeah, man, 4 shilling for the US. And when we changed 69 now, we have an equal figure we're in. You remember we had 5 cents, which was the 6 pence, 10 cents was the shilling, 20 cents was the 2 shilling, 25 cents was the 2 and 6,
yes.
50 cents was the 5 shilling, and the 10 shilling was a dollar.
Yes.
And now the pound was $2. So it was 2 for 1 in the British pound.
Yes.
Look which party they know. You see where they know?
Yes, indeed. Yes.
Which other Caribbean country? We understand the Guyana. We cannot mix Guyana because we know Guyana get a fight. And we understand Guyana. We never get no fight. Check Barbados, Trinidad and Tobago, Jamaica. What could cause the money gone so? Do you know that the Barbados dollar A Barbados dollar to US dollar is 2 for 1.
2 for 1.
And Trinidad are 6 for 1. You imagine? I was saying to myself, you see, I used to work at Nestle.
At where?
Condensary. The chief product, the chief raw material was butter oil.
Yes.
Assume a drum of butter oil now costs $1,000. We have to fork out $67,000 to buy a drum of butter oil. 67. Barbados fork out 2,000 and Trinidad fork out 6. Can we compete with them in manufacturing?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Can we really compete with them? That is why, you have to keep the people backward in Jamaica for win, Because you notice the set of people who are drive from bus back and hang out themselves, kill off themselves. Then the people now work. And they don't believe them to work because they don't know the use of working. You imagine? Look at the selection for Sister P. What percentage of the delegates were working? What percentage were working?
I don't know.
They told us. I don't remember, less than 30% was working.
Where you get that from?
Yeah, man. It's less than 30% was working. They were not working people for the selection of Sister P. They don't believe in that. Our concern in Jamaica right now is education and employment.
Yes.
Education, health, and employment.
Yes, quite true.
That is our concern. And when you look, do you know children going into high school? All right, I'll give you this. Here's a little joke. I see a boy eating a bun and cheese. No, a bun and a bag juice. I turned to him and I said to him, look, how much for a bun and cheese and a bag juice? Him says $65 for the bun and cheese. One but the little chop and bun, and one slice of cheese. The both we used to buy for chop hands. Now it gone was for $50. And $15 for a slice of cheese. The chop and bun gone at $50, Do you know that?
How much?
$50 for one whole time chop and bun.
Oh, yes?
Yeah. $50. $50 for one chop and bun. And the boy told me that a bun and cheese is $65 and $10 for the bag juice. I turned to him and said, he was eating the bun without anything in it, just the bun and the bag juice. I said, if you spell bun and cheese, I'll give you $70. You know how you spell bun?
Oh.
B-O-N.
Oh, God.
Cheese. C-A-T.
See what?
C-A-T.
C-A-T?
When you say C-A-T, you say, no. And also, C-A-T. But that boy will be going into high school now. According to Comrade Wilson. Maxine, Comrade
yes.
Wilson there. Henry Wilson. She said all 50-odd students, graduates, GSAT student, was placed.
Well, what?
Was placed. P-L-A-C-E-D.
Yes.
All of them, all 50-odd. So this boy who say B-O-N bun and C-A-T cheese is being placed into a high school. Whether you believe it or not.
We should send him to the United States to the spelling contest.
All right.
Hold on a moment for me.
Only the best is good enough for you. So get the best and widest range of tiles, various sizes to suit your style. Floor, wall tiles, Cameron Industries, Tiles, 963-0628 and 906-3862. The time by Cameron Industries Joinery Limited is
11:15.
Call the doctor, quick! Someone call the doctor!
Mommy, not do you. Only the windshield broke.
Then the doctor say, call the doctor, Dr. Glass!
Call Dr. Glass for all your auto glass needs. Windshields, rear, door, vent, quarter glass for all make vehicles. 237 Marcus Garvey Drive at 3 miles. And now in Catherine Hall, Montego Bay. Call 971-7853.
Thank God for Dr. Glass.
Call now, 1-888-Dr. Glass.
So, what you doing later?
I plan to call and text free.
All right. What you doing tomorrow then?
I plan to call and text free.
What about this weekend?
I plan to call and text free.
Next month?
Next year, I plan to call and text free with the B-Mobile Anyone Free Time plan.
How's that?
A plan that gives you 2 hours of free calls and 20 free texts every day to any B-Mobile or C&W number. And 20% off calls to the US, UK landlines, and Canada.
So, how much it costs?
Only $200 a week for prepaid and $800 a month for postpaid.
Sounds good.
Believe it.
The B-Mobile Anyone Free Time plan. A plan to call and text free every day. Sign up now. Call or text the word START to 809-FREE. That's 809-3733. Details on the press. Conditions apply.
Me and my B-Mobile? There's nothing quite like us.
Paul, you know how me always tell you about the super value specials at Wendy's?
Yes,
well, now them
Oliver.
have 4 different meals, see only $195 each.
Do they?
Them have the double stack cheeseburger, the cheeseburger deluxe, the 5-piece chicken nuggets, and now the new crispy chicken sandwich, all served with a small fries and a 16-ounce soda. Each one of them scrumptious, and each only $195.
Good value.
And the best value in town. Wendy's, same high quality and variety at a low, low price.
The super value specials, $1.95 at Wendy's in New Kingston and Ligony Plaza.
May we see you at Wendy's?
You're listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online, sir.
Mutty,
Hello.
is it true that they're planning to phase out the junior high school and have only primary and high school?
I don't really know. Are they?
I hear that is on the drawing board.
Well,
But they couldn't do a thing like that. Because you know that there are children leaving grade 6 who are reading at basic school level.
uh-huh.
So what are they going to do with those children if that is the case?
Are reading at what?
Basic school level.
Oh, yes?
Yeah, man. How you mean say, oh, yes? You don't know what... I mean...
Well, they'll just send them to the high schools.
What?
How you mean?
A child reading at basic school level. Send them to high school.
But I gather that there are children coming out to the high schools who can't read.
But listen me. Can you help me? Help me now. Why?
Why?
Mm-hmm.
Because, look here, do you think we really want an educated population?
Look at it this way. You know, when I was going to school, you see, I used slate unto 3rd class.
Yes.
Which is equal now to about grade 6. I use slate.
Yes.
When I reach into 4th class, I'll have one exercise book. And from ABC right on to 5th class, you use Caribbean Reader.
Yes.
You ever look and to see the amount of things in one of those books? And how you have to read, each child have to read?
Yes, yes.
You do dictation? Then there's something now go on again?
No.
Composition?
No.
Spelling? If you look at the back of one of these Caribbean Reader, you'd be amazed to see the phonics that is at the back of those books. How... You could never, under colonial system, have a child who goes to school. When people could read first time at them when they go to school, you know.
Yes, that's quite true.
Those who can't read is those who never go to... You could never find a child in a colonial system.
Come out of a 6th book in an elementary school and can't read. That's nonsense.
What you talking
Couldn't
about?
happen.
What you talking? You can't read 6th class and can't read.
No.
It's not possible.
1st class.
Even the 1st class, I do not be.
Junior B.
You're joking, man. And a child will be going to 3 year a basic school, 6 year a primary school.
Yes.
And end up cannot spell the name.
No, man. Rubbish.
What I think the government...
That's a conspiracy against the Jamaican people.
It's more than conspiracy.
Yes.
What I think they need now, you have to set up a system, and if the Labour Party should win, they have to have what they call compulsory attendance. Let it be set this structure where it becomes a criminal offence if a child during school age not sick and is at home. That is the only way you can end up, because too much children now not going to school.
Yes.
And genuinely the parents don't have it. Genuinely.
Yes.
I don't know what is taking place. Anyway, I am but the last thing I tell you, at Bagwalk, you see, there is a pipe there that lead water to Kingston.
Yes.
It has been leaking for more than...
I heard somebody talking about this.
More than 5 years.
Yes.
And it is leaking bad. Councillor noticed in my presence, called somebody in the National Water Authority, or Water Commission, whatever its name, in my presence about that pipe. And I am saying, you know what it needs? Just maybe one gasket inside of it. One of the big pipe me talking we can water to Kingston,
Yes.
It is right at the police station at Bagwalk. And we can't have treated water wasting like that. It's a PNP government is 1 foot forward and 2 foot backward. That's how me see them. Have a nice
Anyway, before you go, I want to tell you, I had a call from a friend of mine who lives in the Cayman Islands last night, right? And he was telling me that the Caymanians are a little upset because of the crime situation down there.
Where, in Cayman? In Cayman?
In Cayman? He said a man about 40 years old was chopped to death by a 70-year-old man, right? Apparently the 40-year-old man was a drug addict, and he was going to this 70-year-old man's house and robbing him and thing, and the man got angry and used a machete to chop him, right? And he died. And this happened last week, right? And it was the first murder committed in the Cayman Islands for this year.
Let me tell you, man. I don't
and
know.
the people are very upset about it.
Upset about it?
Yes.
But
6 months into the year.
Neither...
And one murder.
Neither Comrade Phillips, neither Comrade Henry, no have the slightest clue how to run their ministry. They try everything in the book, and it's not working. They're doing their best, but their best is not good enough.
Yes, well.
Have a nice day.
All right, sir. Thank you very much. Nice hearing from you. Okay, hello?
Hello, Mr. Perkins.
Yes, good morning.
The center cannot hold major anarchy upon us.
Yes, indeed. Quite true.
I heard you talking about the Cayman Islands. I won't bother go there because I don't want to get myself in any trouble. You know something, Mr. Perkins?
Incidentally, you have to get a visa to go to the Cayman Islands, you know.
I know that.
From Jamaica. And as of today, you have to get a visa to go to Costa Rica.
Is that so?
Yes, man. Matthew, if you have a U.S. visa or a visa to your British visa or something, you can go on that. But otherwise you need...
You can go to Costa Rica on a U.S. visa or a British
visa. Yes. They'll take the U.S. visa. But if you come from Jamaica, sir, I don't know where you can go without a visa these days.
My God.
Maybe they'll soon start requiring visas from us to go to CARICOM countries.
Who knows?
Huh?
Mutty,
What the devil has been happening to our reputation?
you know something, Mr. Perkins? It is a shame to see. I grew up in Jamaica. Grew up in Negril.
Yes.
And I'm pretty much sure a lot of people in Negril will recognize my voice.
Yes.
I cannot say who I am because of certain political reasons. Anyway.
Yes.
But I am saying this. It is a shame to see us have to flee from our country to seek employment elsewhere.
Yes.
You come out with the whole idea of in 1989 when the former Prime Minister won the election. Then a little thing went on and the man who said Friday gate let in the pirates, I shall return. He did return indeed.
Yes.
Return indeed, and in 18 years, he has created a dictatorship on Jamaica.
A dictatorship?
Where the Jamaican people...
I don't know. It is not bad as that. Come.
Oh, come on, Mutty.
A dictatorship?
But listen, in the whole idea of it, how on earth can we allow... Well, apparently the Constitution needs to be changed anyhow. When you have a government in power for 18 years, that's a form of dictatorship, Mr.
No,
Perkins.
man. No, sir. The people,
Of course, he
the
was
people
elected.
kept
He
putting
was
them back in,
elected.
sir. Huh?
Huh?
No, the people kept voting them back into office. That's not dictatorship. And there have been governments in the, in parts of Europe that have lasted as long as that. Especially in the, in what you
Anyway,
call
Mutty,
it? Eh?
Mr. Perkins, I hope the people of Jamaica
Yeah.
remember the traffic you thing.
Yes.
I hope the people of Jamaica remember the Air Jamaica scandal. When, not in so many words, the former Prime Minister said, well, the nigger can pay for that. The niggers can pay for that. And I hope they remember the White House scandal.
The White House scandal?
The scandal, the hotel in
Yes.
White House.
What about Traffic Bureau?
I just said traffic. You Mr. Perkins.
Oh, you did say it. I missed
man.
that.
You can't listen. You're a source of media to the wider world. Has been a source of we can hear what is going on in Jamaica.
Yes.
Because honestly, if the people of Jamaica do not wake up and realize what is going on, as what the man was saying, if the lady sister P or mother P, whatever they want to call her, realize who is jumping around in the campaign truck, it's people who mainly don't have any job.
Yes.
And Jamaicans will not think 10 years down the line, they think for the belly for tomorrow morning. And it's full time for Jamaicans to stop accept this cold word politics and realize that they must wake up. Enough is enough.
Well, sir, if they don't want to wake up, they will bear the consequences of it.
Mr. Perkins, Jamaicans, our country, is well known throughout the world. Look on the Bob, whatever his name is, the cricket guy.
Yes.
Why aren't the commissioner of police is telling the gentleman to shut up his mouth? Is so much corruption going on in Jamaica?
You mean why is he telling Mr. Shields?
Yes.
To shut his mouth?
Yes.
Well, I don't know. Maybe they feel that Mr. Shields talks too much. I don't know.
Look on the other general report. The man have come out in Parliament talking about what is going on in the Honorable Dr. Omar Davies' ministry.
Yes.
But you know something, Mr. Perkins?
It is scandalous, sir. That is scandalous.
Well, it's past scandalous, Mr. Perkins, if I remember at one point.
Hold on just a moment. Hold on a moment for me.
Researchers at the University of California, Davis reported that phytonutrients in apple products may help protect against cardiovascular disease. Start drinking Mott's apple juices, distributed by T. Geddes Grant Limited. The time by Mott's Healthy Living is
11:30.
Today's weather brief is brought to you by Independent Living, Jamaica's authorized provider of Pride Mobility scooters and lift chairs.
I started worrying what to do when the doctor told me that Mama's arthritis was worsening. But then the nurse told me about Independent Living. It was a dream come true.
Independent Living, the store that cares enough to provide solutions for your physical limitations. Supplies of hospital beds, lift chairs, wheelchairs, bathroom safety and rehab products. Independent Living, the caring store. 10 Merrick Avenue, Kingston 10. Or call 754-2195 or 754-5198. Rising above physical challenges, we can help you do it. Now for today's weather brief. There's a surface to mid-level trough across the Western Caribbean. This morning, expect showers over southern and coastal areas. During the afternoon, it will be mostly cloudy with scattered showers and isolated thunderstorms, mainly over central and western areas. Over the next 3 days, look for partly cloudy mornings over southern areas. Elsewhere will be mainly sunny. During the afternoons, expect partly cloudy and windy conditions along southern areas. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by Independent Living, Jamaica's authorized provider of Pride Mobility scooters and lift chairs.
I got that feeling and it's so easy to tell.
From day one, Digicel give me real value. $8 Digicel to Digicel rate.
3 Digicel points to buy a new phone when I add credit.
Or when I pay my bill.
Digicel is the first company to give free credit. $100 every month.
Signal, them have the whole island covered.
And with the best customer service 24/7, they make me feel like I am number one.
UTech is renowned for providing quality in the educational experience, incorporating art, culture, sports, technology to enhance academic experience. UTech's curriculum of career-focused learning produces highly sought-after graduates. If you desire to be equipped with more than just a degree, if your goal is to enhance academic qualifications with experience and practical capabilities, we welcome you to be a part of the unique UTech experience. Visit our website at www.utechjamaica.edu.jm for more information.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. Back here.
Mr. Perkins.
Mutty,
listen. I call it off to you on one major thing.
Yes.
Tourism in Negril. Okay?
Yes.
I am from Negril. Born, bred, and everything in Negril. Went to school in Negril and everything. And when you look on the tourism sector in Negril, when you look on the tourist area in Negril, where the oldest set of people who built up Negril, Negrilians who built up Negril, you have the people, you have the Lamar Resort, the Tigress Resort, Barbie Barn Negril, and you have the artists up the beach road in Negril, who has built Negril to where Negril is. And when you look on the whole idea that not even one of those resorts on the western road in Negril has one single tourist,
Oh?
Not one single tourist. And you have a member of parliament.
Since when? When?
Mr. Perkins, that has been going on for years.
So, but they can't survive. They haven't survived then.
Mr. Perkins, they survived by just renting out the rooms to people who come to Negril to work.
Oh?
There is no tourists around in the West End living in the resorts on the West End Road.
Yes.
Who has built Negril from scratch from the 1960s coming up, the 1970s coming up, when people used to come to Negril.
Uh-huh.
I remember listening to my grandparents talking about when hippies used to come to Negril. When they used to take out their bed or a little piece of cloth and lay it on the ground for them to sleep. They are the people who built Negril. And when you look on the whole tourist sector in Negril now, the people who built Negril, the original people who built up Negril, don't have one single piece of the pie.
Uh-huh.
And you have a member of parliament who has been in there for 18 years talking about the growth and development of Negril. Huh?
Yes, right.
I'm trying to figure out what era is the member of parliament living in? What era is Wickham McNeil living in?
Well, I don't know, but I tell you something. This kind of thing happens, sir, in any industry. Somebody starts something going, right? And then other people come in and improve on it and capture the market. But part of the problem in Negril, as in all of Jamaica, is that the all-inclusives have taken over. Right?
So what is the government doing for the people who can't afford all-inclusive?
Well, what the government needs to do, part of the problem, one of the things that is favoring the all-inclusives is the crime situation in Jamaica. The all-inclusive makes it possible for people to come to Jamaica
so you're saying to me,
and be relatively free of the crime.
You're saying to me,
or safe from it.
When the former sheriff Knight was in, nothing went on.
Uh-huh.
Now the Honorable Peter Phillips is in, and nothing is still going on.
Yes. Well, things seems to be getting worse because within the last couple of days, there 17 tourists were held up by 2 gunmen.
Where that is?
In near Lucy in Hanover.
My God in heaven.
Right?
Mr. Perkins, what are we led to do? Are we supposed to sit down? I mean, you know something. As I said, Jamaicans have a short-term memory.
Yes.
I remember way back in the days, when Russell Hammonds was running for Western Westmoreland.
Uh-huh.
When they captured an area by Negril. When the people who captured the land over there was having problem getting the land. And I remember Russell Hammond went out of his way to help them to get the land. All right?
Uh-huh.
They get the land, and they don't remember who helped them. Because the time come around where it's fly the gate, let in the pirate, our black man time now, our freshman time now, they forget who helped them to put it in there. And all I'm saying to this, the residents of Negril people who born and go in Negril, remember 10 or 12 years down the line. Put in a person, I am not campaigning for any political party, but put in a person who can lead you. Who can lead you. Where your children can have a proper education. Where the whole development of Negril can shine. Because right now, you have people who born and grow in Negril, who have a little craft shop. And they don't have anything. There's no tourists coming down to buy anything. Because you know why? The all-inclusive have them in.
Yes, but it's not that the all-inclusives have them in, sir. It's that it is so unsafe on the streets for them that They are encouraged to stay in the all-inclusives. We have a serious crime problem in Jamaica.
So you're telling me that Jamaica is becoming the streets of Baghdad pretty soon in Iraq?
Becoming what?
The streets of Baghdad in Iraq?
Well, not unlike it. In a way.
But on a very serious note.
No.
It's very funny, but it's on a very serious note.
No, but how can you, sir? Last year, look here, we have been running somewhere in the region of 1,500 murders a year. Right? And a host of other crimes, including robberies and, gun crimes and so on. How can you have a thriving tourist industry with that going on in your country? Jamaica has a reputation of being the murder capital of the world, or close to being the murder capital of the world. Sorry. We are one of the highest ranked countries for murder in the world. Right?
Throughout the entire Caribbean in the world.
Yes. Now, how can that coexist with a thriving tourism industry in which tourists are going to be free to come to Jamaica and walk down the road to a craft shop and all this kind of thing? Right? That is what is hitting the craft vendors very, very hard.
So, Mr. Perkins, can you tell me something? Because I hardly listen to one sister piece she talking, because she don't talk anything with sense as far as I'm concerned. Do you have any idea if they have a manifesto put out for the crime and violence happening in the
No, they haven't put out a manifesto yet.
But of course, manifestos, you know something. Pen and paper can go on pen and paper, and nothing is being done.
Yes, that is quite true.
Election to forget all about people.
Well, that is quite true, because the government has been promising a lot of things in the last 18 years.
And nothing has been done.
Very little has been delivered.
Nothing has been done. And Sister P says she's what? She's our mother.
Yes.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
We are her children.
Oh, Lord, I'm not her children, because I can tell you one thing. No, you know another thing again, that when I'm looking at the whole situation that's going on in Jamaica, I heard you tell Mr. Is it Donny Buchanan or whosoever it is, that the Prime Minister may fly in an helicopter, yes. But she was not acting the capacity as the Prime Minister or the Minister of Defense.
Yes.
She was acting in the capacity of President of the People's National Party.
Absolutely.
But wasn't she at one point saying that you must go ask the People's National Party?
She was what?
You remember the time with the traffic hero thing?
Yes.
When she said, go ask the People's National Party.
Yes, indeed.
God in heaven.
She didn't have an answer.
All we can do is pray to God that the people of Jamaica... You know something?
God helps those who help themselves, sir.
That's the truth. Mm-hmm. I remember one point, I don't know if it's you who I heard with it, or I heard somebody else with it, that somewhere throughout the world, I can't remember what country it was, when they call a general election, not a single soul goes and votes.
Oh, yeah? I don't know which country that is.
But I was saying to some friends of mine that if that happened in Jamaica, then the GG would have to take back over.
Eh?
And the friend said to me that no Sankey, no thing, sir. You remember when the former leader of the Jamaica Labour Party said that light a candle, sing a Sankey, and find your way back home?
Yes.
I think Jamaicans need to light a candle, sing a Sankey, and find their way back to God, because Jamaica is going... We are knocking behind Haiti's back door. We are knocking behind Haiti's back door.
Yes.
And if the people of Jamaica don't wake up and come election time, we are knocking behind Haiti's back door. Mr. Perkins, all I have to say to you is, and I leave with the word to the JLP, that the former and the late President of the United States said, John F. Kennedy said, ask not what your country can give to you.
Ask what you can do for your country. Thank you very much. All the best to you.
Hammond, I'll leave that with you.
All right, thank you very much. All the best.
Medical Associates Hospital, providers of quality healthcare for over 47 years, providing lab, x-ray, pharmacy, emergency and general care services. Let Medical Associates provide you with the healthcare you need when you need it most. The time by Medical Associates Hospital is
11:45.
Today's weather brief is brought to you by Clock Tower Pharmacy Gift Center and Toy Zone, right in Halfway Tree.
The most convenient way to fill prescriptions and shop at the same time is at the Clock Tower Pharmacy Gift Center and Toy Zone, centrally located in Halfway Tree. Telephone 929-6366. Open 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. weekdays and also opened on Sundays and public holidays. Now for today's weather brief. There's a surface to mid-level trough across the Western Caribbean. This morning, expect showers over southern and coastal areas. During the afternoon, it will be mostly cloudy with scattered showers and isolated thunderstorms, mainly over central and western areas. Over the next 3 days, look for partly cloudy mornings over southern areas. Elsewhere will be mainly sunny. During the afternoons, expect partly cloudy and windy conditions along southern areas. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by Clock Tower Pharmacy Gift Center and Toy Zone, right in Halfway Tree.
When it comes to top quality, when you want great taste, find food for your family, put Eve on your plate. Get value for your money, top quality, great taste. Find food for your family, put Eve on your plate.
Eve Foods, lots of nutrition, a fine food tradition.
Find food for your family, put Eve on your plate.
Eve, the first family of fine foods.
Paul, you buy the Just Talk calling card yet?
No, why?
Because Cable and Wireless have special rates for payphones on Tuesdays. And I need to call Marsha in Florida about the family reunion.
That's right. Tuesdays are public payphone days. Only $3.99 per minute for calls to the U.S., UK fixed lines, and Canada.
That's Jamaican?
Yes, Jamaican dollars, baby.
Using Just Talk cards at any payphone island-wide. From June 12 to September 4 on Tuesdays only. Use Cable and Wireless public payphones and save. Conditions apply.
The news is out. You already know Langer's pomegranate juice helps clear clogged arteries and fights heart disease. Now, clinical trials by the National Cancer Institute in the USA indicate that pomegranate juice may stop recurring prostate cancer. Langer's pomegranate juice is made from the whole fruit for maximum antioxidant content. Langer's pomegranate juice, your ally in the fight against prostate cancer and heart disease. Available in your favorite supermarket. Distributed by Qualcare Limited. You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back online. Hello? Hello? What's going on? Hello?
Hi, Mr. Perkins.
Hi.
Good morning.
How are you? Morning
Not
to you.
too bad at all, sir.
Uh-huh.
Councillor Blake from Portmore.
Ah, yes. How are you?
Not too bad. Just some quick points I want to raise with you. The other day, last week, Saturday, we had a wonderful tour over here with the leader, Bruce Golding.
Uh-huh.
And I deemed it a successful tour.
Mm-hmm.
But when he told was that he was going down into St. Ann in the Peter Fakuri's constituency.
Yes.
I said, you know what? I want to see for myself what is happening down there. And Mr. Perkins, let me tell you something. I could not believe, because I said I'm going to come back to tell Portmore what is happening. People came out in their thousands. Golden Grove, Claremont, Alderton, and passing through a place at Alderton where some PNP people came out and says, no beauty, no beauty. We want Peter Fakuri. I couldn't.
PNP people were saying that, sir?
Huh?
PNP people were saying that?
Yes, they came out showing up the V sign and saying is that it's time for a change.
You're sure there weren't Labour Party people with red shirts on?
Mr. Perkins, we saw where we passed through where Labour Party is, and we know where we passed through where PNP is. Place like Pickle Pole, Deadman, Rodenhall, 8 and 9 miles, Stephanie, Sterling, Alva. Mr. Perkins, believe you me, it is a change constituency.
Oh.
The saying Peter Fakuri, he stood there through the test of times, through hard times, he's there with them. Right? And he's from the constituency. Up until almost 11 o'clock at Golden Grove, people stood there waiting on the leader to come back from another district where he was. To speak to them.
Well, wait until Sister P goes down, you might see the same thing.
I'm telling you.
Mother P.
well, let me tell you, Mr. Perkins, Portmore is going to the Jamaica Labour Party. And, Mr. Perkins, the reason why I call you this morning, I just want to say to the residents of Portmore, the supporters of the Jamaica Labour Party, the supporters of the People's National Party, and others, that we want a peaceful election, right?
Yes.
And we do not want anything at all to let us get into a fracas, right, or of any kind of the sort. Portmore has always been like this.
Well, this should be true of Jamaica, sir.
Yes, sir.
It would be best for us to have a peaceful election.
And the leader is calling every time he gets a chance to speak publicly. Yes. He's calling for that, a peaceful election right through.
All right. Well,
this election. The other point, Mr. Perkins, is that the students are leaving, and I've heard it a little bit before. Students are leaving the primary schools, and some of them has passed for a school by the name of Down Beholding High.
Yes.
Mr. Perkins, when the parents go there, it's an open lot. And I'm appealing to the Minister of Education.
It's an open lot?
An open lot. No school is there. And
the students have been assigned to Down Beholding High.
Yes. And you can check it out, Mr. Perkins. I'm calling.
But didn't I hear that? Yes, I heard that there were a number of 3 schools that had not yet been built.
Yes.
And that the students had been temporarily reassigned to other schools.
So the parents have been camping.
Where provision is to be made for them, but that provision has not yet been made.
Has not been made.
Yes.
And the parents are really, worrying.
Yes.
Because it is coming up to the September term where they should get into a school. So I'm appealing to the ministry to ensure that these parents and the students be rectified immediately.
Yes, all right.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you very much. All the best to you.
Good.
Okay, hello? 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 Oh, boy. Hello? No, he's fast asleep. Let's try somebody else. Hello?
No, because I don't want to cut me off, and I want to say everything I want to say.
Hello?
Yes?
Yes, ma'am. You're on air.
Oh, hi.
Hi.
Good morning. I'm speaking to Mr. Perkins.
Yes?
Hi. My name is Jennifer, and I'm calling.
You are?
Regarding... Hello?
Did you say? What did you say?
My name is Jennifer.
Jennifer?
Yes.
Ah, lovely name. I like it.
Thank you. And for the first time, I realized I could listen to you on the computer, and that's what I'm doing right now, too.
Oh, is that so? You just realized that? Where are you calling from?
Wisconsin.
Oh? Yes, man. This has been going on for some time.
Yeah, I realized that, I guess because I have a complaint, that's why,
Yes. Well, I'm glad to hear that you're on.
Yeah, anyway, I'm just wondering, what should I put it? When you come through, custom at the airport and the custom workers, and I'm using that term lightly, custom workers. I'd rather use scavengers.
Yes.
Why do they search your things? What are they looking for?
Well, they're looking to see whether you're bringing in any contraband to begin with.
Example?
Well,
example?
Guns or ammunition or drugs or something like that.
That's the thing. When you're coming
and
from
secondly, they're looking to ensure that if you're bringing in stuff that you should be paying duty on, they don't want to miss any of the duty, The money is, the government is starved for money. It wants to get all the money it can possibly get.
You cannot bring in guns because you are thoroughly searched from where you're coming from.
Yes.
Okay, metal detectors, everything.
Yes.
Okay, and also, when they take your items, they claim they're going to dump it. Where's the dumping ground in Jamaica for the things that you take away, like your onions and stuff like that? Where's that dumping ground? Can you tell me?
I think it is taken to certain homes, and where they have what to dump them in.
They do what?
It probably is taken to homes where they're,
Well, I'm going to take that.
But I tell you, I sympathize with your position because I'm going to tell you something.
I'm going to tell you what happened.
Yes.
I'm just going through that because I know
All right.
they dump those things. My mom came down on Wednesday on 140, and they took away her. I sent on some peanuts in a bag for my brothers and sister, and they took it.
Oh?
Peanuts in a shell in a bag, and they took it.
Oh, why?
I don't know. They took her onions, they took her garlic, everything. And I don't know why Jamaican hard work don't do something about it. Because it's ridiculous. That's wickedness. You up here after work in the cold and the snow, whether I want to get up or not. And I send my stuff down, and those scavengers take it. Like it's nothing. And I know they don't throw it away. They don't. So that Jamaica needs to do something about it.
I don't know.
Demonstration outside that airport. Anything they can, because I know people are fed up with it. And I am so mad.
There's some fruit, some stuff like that are not allowed in without certification, you see, because it could bring diseases could be brought into the country.
But my thing, I'm not feeding the whole Jamaica.
No.
They send raw meat out there.
No.
When I'm coming to America,
you're not. No, they're not supposed to bring raw meat here. But I imagine stuff like onions. We grow onions in Jamaica, and if somebody comes in with onions and they are diseased, that onion disease might be brought into Jamaica, and it might ultimately affect onion growers. I think maybe that is part of the reason for it.
But they import all those stuff, And I'm not feeding Jamaica.
Well, that is true. But when they're importing them, they're certified, you see.
And even everything was bad, but the salted fish, they took it. They took the peanuts in the shell. Why? And I'm coming to America. I bring salt fish. I bring callaloo cooked. I bring haki. I bring fried fish. I bring coconut cake. And I pass through with anything. America is so, they shouldn't be the one taking it. They don't.
Yes.
I come to Jamaica, they're going to take my peanuts in a bag. That's not right.
Well, I'm sorry about that. Sorry you're distressed. But I'll have to leave now. It's time for the news, eh? I'm sorry about that. Okay? All the best to you. Okay, we'll be back here in about 20 minutes.
New Dimension Dental Care at 57 Hope Road provides modern dental care with spacious and secure parking at the former location at New Line Motors. That's New Dimension Dental Care. Telephone 978-7480. The time by New Dimension Dental Care is
12 o'clock.
Power 106.
Midday News is brought to you by Carrier Air Conditions 2000, the world's most trusted brand in air conditioning.
Midday News is brought to you by Restaurant of Jamaica, KFC. We do chicken right every time.
News, comprehensive, powerful, and credible. Power 106 FM, Radio News Center.
Good afternoon, it's Friday. I'm Jean-Paul Manu with Midday News on Power 106 FM from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center. The Jamaica Labour Party is alleging that last night's attack on a bus of supporters in Swallowfield, Kingston was politically motivated. The police say 4 people, 2 women and 2 men were injured in the incident. It happened about 8:30 in the southeast St. Andrew constituency. It's reported that 3 of the injured people have since been treated and released from hospital. However, the 4th person remains hospitalized. JLP General Secretary says one of the women was shot in her back. He has also condemned the incident.
Now, if we reach a stage in this country where persons on their way to a meeting are stopped and, as it were, ambushed and attacked in this way, then we are returning to those dark days of political hostility that must at all costs be condemned.
Carl Samuda, JLP General Secretary. He has written to the political ombudsman asking for a meeting with the PNP candidate for Southeast St. Andrew, Maxine Henry Wilson. And in a release just a short while ago, the Parliament for Southeast St. Andrew, Maxine Henry Wilson condemned the shooting incident. Mrs. Henry Wilson said she rejects all acts of violence and regrets that persons were injured. She urged the police to conduct a speedy investigation into the matter. Mrs. Henry Wilson is asking her supporters to remain calm and to fully cooperate with the police. The Office of the Children's Advocate has recommended that a national authority for child and family services be established to strengthen the country's child protection framework. The recommendation is outlined in its annual report for 2006-2007, which was tabled in the House of Representatives on Tuesday. The report says the National Authority for Child and Family Services is designed to bring together all agencies dealing with matters relating to children and family. The authority would also monitor the status of plans of action and policies that are implemented to improve the lives of the nation's children. In addition, it would seek to maximize the use of government resources and identify gaps and duplication in service delivery. The Office of the Children's Advocate was established in 2006 for the purpose of protecting and enforcing the rights of children. The Duhaney Park Police are yet to determine a motive for the shooting death of a man on Riverside Drive in New Haven, Kingston 20 last night. 24-year-old Omar Thompson was at his gate about 9:15 when a dark-colored car reportedly drove up. It's further reported that a man armed with a handgun alighted the vehicle and approached Mr. Thompson. During an ensuing struggle, he was shot while the man escaped in the waiting motor car. Mr. Thompson later died in hospital. Police Commissioner Lucius Thomas is now in Florida in the United States. The commissioner is expected to update Jamaicans on issues of crime and national security. Tomorrow he will speak at a fundraising event of the Jamaica Ex-Police Association, the Florida chapter. The association is trying to raise money to refurbish a police station here. The commissioner is also slated to address a public forum in Florida. It is expected that he will also speak to the issues of technology and corruption within the police force. The commissioner's trip to Florida comes 3 days after he announced that Pakistan's cricket coach Bob Wilmot was not murdered, as was earlier reported by the police. U.S. reports say many expatriates in South Florida are worried about the levels of violence in Jamaica, which make them unwilling to return for vacation, retirement, and investment. The Ministry of Health has taken steps to prevent an outbreak of tuberculosis following reports of at least one suspected case at the corporate offices of the National Commercial Bank in St. Andrew. In a statement this morning, the bank said an employee was diagnosed with the disease after returning from sick leave. The bank says the ministry's public health department has advised that a threat of an outbreak of the disease is minimal at this time. It says precautionary testing of staff members is now in progress by the ministry's personnel. Tuberculosis, or TB, is a highly contagious bacterial disease which primarily affects the lungs. TB bacteria are spread by airborne droplets expelled from the lungs when a person with the disease coughs, sneezes, or speaks. You're listening to Midday News on Power 106. The time is now 6 minutes after 12. The eastbound carriageway of Howard Cook Boulevard in Montego Bay, St. James, will be closed this weekend. The National Works Agency says the closure is to facilitate emergency repairs on one of the bridges on the boulevard. The roadway will be closed at the Catherine Hall intersection in the vicinity of the Catherine Hall Entertainment Complex. It is expected to be closed at 10 o'clock Saturday morning and should reopen by 5 Sunday afternoon. During the period of closure, the westbound lane along Howard Cook Boulevard between the Catherine Hall intersection and Bevan Avenue will be used for both easterly and westerly traffic flow. Effective today, Jamaicans wishing to travel to Costa Rica will be required to obtain visas. However, according to the Costa Rican Embassy, Jamaicans who have a valid visa to enter the United States or countries within Europe are excluded. The embassy further advised that all persons wishing to enter Costa Rica should have a valid certificate of vaccination against yellow fever. Several communities across the island are now without piped water. The National Water Commission, the NWC, says it's currently experiencing problems at some of its pumping stations. In sections of the corporate area and St. Catherine, the NWC says the disruption is due to a power outage at the pumping facilities at the Tulla Springs and Eastern Headworks water supply systems. The areas affected are sections of Portmore, including Greater Portmore, Helshire Heights, Spanish Town Road, Marcus Garvey Drive, sections of downtown Kingston, Malines Road, Eltham Park, Keystone, and Washington Boulevard. The Commission says normal water supply will be restored when the power problems are resolved and the systems are charged. Meanwhile, in St. Anne, the community of Breadnut Hill is now without their regular water supply. The NWC says this is due to a mechanical problem. However, it says water will be trucked to the community until the problem is resolved. And in St. James, the Commission says several communities are now experiencing low water pressure and in some instances have no water at all. The disruption results from emergency work on a broken disruption main along the Flankers Main Road. The affected communities are Flankers, Hobbs Avenue, Airport, White House Drive, and Claude Clark Avenue. An elderly man was killed last night on Hope Road in St. Andrew after he was hit by a truck. The man, who is yet to be identified, was reportedly crossing the road about 8:40 when he was hit by the Daihatsu truck. He sustained multiple injuries and was pronounced dead at the University Hospital. In regional news, Antigua Prime Minister Baldwin Spencer has defended his government's decision to expel 2 Caribbean journalists from the country, charging that they failed to comply with immigration laws. On Wednesday, immigration officials ordered Trinidadian Vernon Kilawan and Lennox Linton of Dominica out of the country. The move resulted in condemnation from regional media bodies and the main opposition party. It's reported that Mr. Linton argued that he was not required to go through certain immigration processes under the CARICOM single market and economy. In the other case, Mr. Kilawan's travel documents were not updated. The Prime Minister has maintained that the journalists were not deported and says Wednesday's action does not prevent them from returning to the island. The Guyana government and opposition parties have signed an agreement which paves the way for house-to-house registration and the holding of local government polls next year after a 14-year delay. In a statement, the government says the agreement ends years of public wrangling among the parties and will also guarantee a fresh national register of registrants ahead of all future elections. The National Register has been a source of bitter contention among the country's participating political groups in every national and regional election since the late 1960s. This agreement provides for house-to-house registration of all eligible persons 14 years and older to be undertaken by the Guyana Elections Commission. In international news, auction website eBay has pulled its U.S. advertising from search engine giant and adversary Google. The move comes after Google angered eBay with a provocative decision to hold an event on the same evening as eBay's annual Merchants Conference. Analysts say Google's party was aimed at attracting attention away from eBay's payment system, PayPal, to its own card processing service. eBay spends an estimated $25 million a year advertising on Google in the U.S., making it potentially the biggest single user of AdWords, Google's advertising system. And finally, in midday news, Palestinian leader Mahmoud Abbas has appointed a new prime minister a day after dissolving the Hamas-led unity coalition. Officials say former finance minister Salam Fayyad, an independent, has been asked to take over and form an emergency government. The move comes amid political upheaval in Gaza, where Hamas has taken control after routing Fatah rivals. But Ismail Haniyeh of Hamas says he is still prime minister and has vowed to disregard Mr. Abbas's decisions. Mr. Fayyad is a former executive of the World Bank. And those were the stories making midday news on Power 106. Sports stories are next. Midday News was brought to you by Carrier Air Condition 2000, the world's most trusted brand in air conditioning, and Restaurant of Jamaica, KFC. We do chicken right every time.
At first, I thought I was seeing doubles.
I thought I was tasting doubles.
The size is amazing.
The taste is amazing.
The Double Zinger is back.
Even bigger than before.
And even more flavorful.
Yes, the hot and spicy Double Zinger is back and now available in Spicy Barbecue. Amazing size, amazing flavor. The Spicy Barbecue Double Zinger.
The Double Zinger sandwich. I'ma take some heating.
KFC is finger-licking good.
Sports, comprehensive, powerful, and credible. Power 106 FM, Radio News Center.
Thanks for staying with us. Time now for your midday sports report. The West Indies Players Association, WIPA, is expected to make a decision later today as to whether the regional A-team players will tour Zimbabwe early next month. President of WIPA, Dinanath Ramnarine, says his association is still seeking advice on whether it's safe for the players to tour Zimbabwe. Chief Executive Officer of the West Indies Cricket Board, Bruce Annanson, says he is awaiting word from Ramnarine on WIPA's stance. Zimbabwe, which has come under international scrutiny in recent time over alleged human rights abuses, is expected to host the West Indies A squad in a series of four-day and one-day matches. The start of the fourth and final test between England and the West Indies has been delayed by a day because of torrential rain at Chester Street. It rained throughout yesterday and continued this morning. The forecast is not much better for tomorrow, with heavy showers expected. Sunday offers hope of a fine day. England won the series with a victory at Old Trafford last Monday for a 2-0 lead. The first match ended in a draw. Swing bowler Matthew Hoggard returns to the England team after injury, while West Indies all-rounder Darren Sammy is doubtful because of a groin injury. A delegation of 19 Jamaicans departed today for the 23rd Biennial Convention of the West Indies Cricket Umpires Association from June 16 to 23. President of the association, Norman Malcolm, Vice President Vivian Johnson, and Executive Member Dewith Coleman will lead the Jamaican delegation. The convention will start on Sunday with a church service followed by a flag raising and opening ceremony on Monday at the Tower Hotel. Basketball, the San Antonio Spurs beat the Cleveland Cavaliers 83-82 at Quicken Loans Arena last night to win their fourth U.S. National Basketball Association championship title in 9 years. San Antonio has swept the series 4-0. Manu Ginobili shot a game-high 27 points for the Spurs, who also won NBA titles in 1999, 2003, and again in 2005. Locally, Portmore Missionary has won the Oliver's Decoration-sponsored Prep School Table Tennis Championship following a 4-1 victory over Vaz 1 in the final yesterday at UTEC Auditorium. In the individual section, Nicholas Mahfoud of American International School of Kingston retained the champion boys crown, while Shanika Edwards of Vaz was the champion girl. Finally, netball, National Housing Trust, Tropicare, and Scotiabank recorded big victories as the 2007 Business House Netball Association Open League started yesterday. NHTA beat Continental Baking Company 32-2. Tropicare turned back Issa Transport 33-4, and Scotiabank A recorded a 41-13 victory over Quartz. Alkali Group, NCB, Wisinco, and RBTT were also victorious on the opening day. That's your midday sports report on Power 106 from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center. The midday weather report is next.
The Gleaner Power 106 FM weather at noon is brought to you by Carvis Souvenir Discount Center and Craft Village, Twin Gates Plaza. Be Jamaican, buy Jamaican, and Carvis Discount Center, Twin Gates Plaza, Constant Spring Road. So much more for less.
Time now for your midday weather report on Power 106. The National Meteorological Service is reporting that there is a high-pressure ridge building across the central Caribbean. This afternoon, expect partly cloudy skies with scattered showers and isolated thunder showers, mainly over central and western parishes. Southern areas should expect windy conditions. Tonight should be partly cloudy, becoming fair. This weekend, tomorrow, look for partly cloudy and windy conditions with scattered showers. Sunday should be mainly sunny, and by Monday, look for sunny morning conditions, becoming partly cloudy in the afternoon. That's your midday weather report from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center.
The Gleaner Power 106 FM weather at noon was brought to you by Carvis Souvenir Discount Center and Craft Village, Twin Gates Plaza. Be Jamaican, buy Jamaican. And Carvis Discount Center, Twin Gates Plaza, Constant Spring Road. So much more for less.
And now to end midday news on Power 106, here are the main points. JLP seeks intervention of political ombudsman following the shooting injury of 4 supporters at Swallowfield in St. Andrew. Ministry of Health seeking to prevent outbreak of tuberculosis following a report of at least 1 suspected case at the corporate offices of the National Commercial Bank in St. Andrew. Jamaicans now required to have visas for travel to Costa Rica. In news from the region, Antigua expels 2 Caribbean journalists from the country after they failed to comply with immigration laws. Internationally, Palestinian leader Mahmoud Abbas has appointed a new prime minister a day after dissolving the Hamas-led Unity Coalition. That's your midday news, sports, and weather report on Power 106 FM. Your next scheduled newscast will be Headline News at 3. Have a great weekend from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center. I'm Jean-Paul Menou.
education's important to me. From GSAT to my master's degree, Scotiabank has the plan for me.
Time flies. Open a Scotia Education Savings or Scotia Education Wealth Plan for your child today. Then watch it grow as fast as they do. The Scotia Education Savings or Wealth Plan also offers scholarships and bursaries annually. Call or visit any Scotiabank branch for details and start your plan today.
Ricky want to set up the house with the best from top to floor. But when him open up him wallet and him look at the money, him sorry him never have more.
Ricky don't matter stop you from do it. We say the best hardware you can get it. When the price is nice and you get advice, your choice could only be
Stewart's Hardware and Home Center, Maitland, Lionel Town and Old Harbour, where the price is right and the customer is always first.
Stewart's Hardware.
J&J Pharmacy, located at 82 Barnett Street and shop number 3 Embassy Place, Montego Bay, has all that you need in a pharmacy. If they don't have what you need, they will definitely get it for you. All major health cards, including JADEP and NHF, are accepted. Go see them today. A pleasant staff awaits you. Opening hours for Barnett Street, 8:30 a.m. to 10 p.m. Monday to Saturday, and 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. on Sundays and holidays. Embassy Place, 8:30 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. Monday to Saturday.
Power 106.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. News about the shooting of a bus carrying political party supporters. When are we going to, it seems to me that the emphasis that was put upon flags and whatever is all misplaced, What we want to do is to get rid of the violence, We need to make people understand what politics really is about. Because a lot of people seem not really to understand, They think that, getting your party into power by any means and just having it there, right, for as long as possible, is what is really important. Look at what is going on in the country. Look at how the country is being, all that kind of violence contributes to the destruction of the country. But, we don't educate our people. We don't sort of provide them with opportunities. We leave them to fester in the, Anyway. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Mr. Perkins?
Yes, a good afternoon to you.
Shalman Scott here.
Oh, Mr. Scott, welcome. Good afternoon to you.
Thank you very much. Southeast Clarendon.
Yes.
I overheard a caller discussing
Southeast Clarendon, Mr. Shearer and Peter Bunting contest with you, and made the point that at the time when Peter Bunting won that seat in 1993, that it was ripe for the PNP pickings.
What year was it?
1993.
1993.
1993. Yes.
Yes.
And I agree with the caller that anybody who had run for the PNP against Mr. Shearer
in 1993,
including even an illiterate cane cutter, would have liked to win that seat for the PNP. So it is no achievement for Mr. Bunting. Because, and the caller went on to say that Mr. Shearer won the previous election with double digit. It was not so. It was 4 votes in 1989 that Mr. Shearer won Emmanuel Cousins by.
Hold on. 4?
4 votes.
You mean 1, 2, 3, 4?
1, 2, 3, 4 votes, Mr. Perkins.
I didn't remember that.
That's right. So, and you were just talking about the need for education of our people.
Yes.
And it's important that our people pay attention to these kind of details. Very often there are all sorts of discussion going on in the country about so many things because people are not being sufficiently informed.
Yes.
It accounts for some of what seems to be the inconsistency between the experience that people are having and yet what the views they are expressing. But back to Southeast Clarendon.
Yes.
Mr. Shearer, the man who really is to be given credit, who I have never heard anybody calling his name, is Mr. Emmanuel Cousins of the PNP, who nearly beat Mr. Shearer, where Mr. Shearer barely held on to the seat in 1989 by 4 votes, and not Peter Bunting. When Peter Bunting came in, he was handed a ready-made PNP seat
on a platter.
On a platter, and he won the seat by 1,443 vote majority. By the following election, when he gave up that seat, the PNP majority, after 5 years of Mr. Bunting's stewardship in Southeast Clarendon, it was reduced to 54.
To 54?
To 54.
Oh.
And
brilliant achievements.
Yeah, that's right. And Basil Burrell of the PNP defeated Ruddy Spencer.
Hold on. He won the seat by
1,443 votes.
Eh?
By 1,443 votes in
443.
1993. And had the seat for 5 years.
Yes.
And the ready-made seat which was given to him. When he handed it back to the PNP, the next PNP candidate could only have won it by 54 votes.
Yes.
So that is the story of Mr. Bunting's stewardship in Southeast Clarendon. The next point is that they keep talking about how a pollster had shown that Mr. Shearer was leading up to the time of the 1993 elections by 12 percentage points.
Yes.
Well, if the pollster showed that Mr. Shearer was leading by 12 percentage points, and Mr. Shearer lost the election by 1,443 votes, then clearly the pollster was wrong.
Well, I don't know. Pollsters can't predict elections, sir.
Yes, but it showed it was a 12 percentage point.
Hold on just a moment. Hold on just a moment for me.
My mother say, he will pass my exam because me have brain poor. Mother's poor patty make me strong so me can learn at school. But teacher say me chat too much.
The time by Mother's Paw Patchy is
12:30.
Nice to the core, Chosen Delight, bottlers and distributors of Mass Joe coconut water and It Nice juices, fruit punch, lemon and orange pineapple. Chosen Delight, shop number 20 Kingston Mall, 12 Ocean Boulevard, telephone 967-7412. Chosen Delight, It Nice for true.
Blah, 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 blah. Hey, what's all the blah, blah about?
Pay only $3 a minute after 3 minutes with Digicel.
After 3?
Yeah, pay only $3 per minute after 3 minutes with Digicel, even when you're calling overseas. $3 after 3 from your Digicel to the USA, Canada, and the Caribbean. Or call another Digicel and even a landline.
$3 after 3.
Even to call foreign?
Yep, so now you're going to be hearing a lot more.
Promotion runs from May 25 to July 1, 2007.
See the press for details. Digicel. Expect more, get more.
Conditions apply.
Hey, Red. Rodeo is a-coming.
Rodeo. The premium energy drink. Distributed by Brosco Distributors Limited, 17.5 Q Road. Telephone 908-1211.
Welcome, Rodeo Energy Drink. Available island-wide.
Do you need financial help to achieve your short or long-term goals? At the Manchester Cooperative Credit Union, they'll help you achieve them through their Solid Saver account, Partner Plus, Future Club account, Golden Harvest, and Fixed Deposit accounts. Go in and choose any of their saving plans to meet your goals today. Manchester Cooperative Credit Union, where service exceeds expectation. You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here with you, Mr. Scott.
Yes, Mr. Perkins.
Mm-hmm.
You were making the point that the pollster can't really predict specifically the outcome of an election.
At the best, he can't predict the outcome of the election.
I agree with you, but also that if the poll is done and it shows that a comparison is made between the two candidates, and Mr. Shearer has a 12% lead based on the pollster,
yes,
it gives an indication that Mr. Shearer has an advantage. Now, while he can't predict absolutely what the result is going to be, that there is some advantage with a 12 percentage point lead.
Yes, but that's a
huge lead.
Yes.
And for the Bunting people to be harping on this, as if it was what the pollsters had said was correct, which turned out not to be so.
Yes.
It is a little bit of a dishonesty, I think.
Yes. Well, I tell you something. At the best of times, one has no way of knowing what is the merit of anything that the pollsters tell you.
I agree, and I agree. I recall that 5 days before the last general election, 2002, that this Stone organization published a poll on it was October 11th, which made a comparison between Mr. Seaga and Mr. Pattison on the question of likability and the one that is likely to win the election.
Yes.
And Mr. Pattison had 41 percentage points to Mr. Seaga 21.
Yes.
So Mr. Pattison had a 20 percentage point lead over Mr. Seaga, and both of them led the two major parties into the general election, yet Mr. Pattison lost 15 of the seats that the PNP had to Mr. Seaga.
Yes.
And I just wondered if the lead was higher, whether or not the Labour Party would not have won the election.
Well, I tell you something. It would have taken, if I recollect correctly, fewer than 2,000 votes, distributed in a certain way.
Yes.
To have brought the Labour Party home victorious in that election.
It was 47. The difference in the vote share was 47 to 51 or 52.
Yes.
Somewhere there.
Yes, but a number of seats were won by very small numbers of votes.
By very small numbers.
Yes.
Yes, some of them, about 8 of them under 500 votes.
Yes, and it was significant that the percentage of people who went out to vote was relatively small, relatively low. It is possibly attributable to the rain, possibly, in my view, attributable also to the polls.
Yes.
Which led people to believe that it was virtually hopeless for them to for the Labour Party to have won the election.
But you remember, as you talk about turnout, did you remember what Mr. Donald had said leading up to the 2000 election, that there will be a 77% turnout of voters, and that if the turnout dropped by 5%, the PNP would have lost the election.
Oh?
The turnout dropped by 12% from 77 to 65, and the PNP won.
And the PNP won the election.
Not to mention the confusion with the Stone organization.
Oh, God, that 9%.
That they did over a 4-day period.
Yes.
And so what has happened is that it is the pollsters themselves who have, by virtue of shooting themselves in the foot, and that have undermined their own credibility.
Yes.
And so it is not agitation on the part of any politician who the polls don't suit that has brought the country to this stage. And I think that at this point in time, the pollsters should do a poll asking people how much they trust the polls.
Yes, but what makes you think that the result of that poll will be any more reliable than the result of others?
well, sometimes the truth becomes so forceful that you can't do anything about it.
Let me tell you something. A pollster can tell you whatever it is that he wants you to believe.
I know.
Right? And if his purpose can be not to provide information to people, but to influence people's behavior.
Yes, the greatest area to do that is in the questioning. How you construct the question. You can skew the question in a way that you secure a particular response.
Yes, but it doesn't even have to get there, because you have no means of knowing when you see a poll result published whether that pollster ever left his office.
Yes.
He could sit down there with his computer and type out a paper with a whole lot of responses, right? And submit that and say, well, that is the result of the poll.
well, I mean, a couple of people have been seeing them around. That is possible too, but I think they are doing their thing. And
maybe I'm not accusing anybody of.
Right.
I'm just saying that is the nature of polling. That it is not verifiable.
Yes. Yes. But let us see, Mr. Perkins, what is happening. It's an interesting country,
Yes.
I was having a discussion with some people on the street this morning, and they were talking about the hardship in the country.
Yes.
And I said to them, but people are talking about the hardship, but to what extent are they taking this hardship seriously? Because this is the 18 years now, over 3 elections, that they have been talking about hardship, yet voting for the PNP.
Yes.
And so, the reliance on the hardship argument may be not enough to by itself
to influence the vote.
To influence the vote.
Yes.
And therefore, other creative ways, those who are interested in seeing a change of government after all of this time, that has to be used. The difficulty that I see the JLP facing is that it's the more things change, the more they remain the same. In that the JLP now has a difficulty marketing this present leader. Very competent person, a man who has a lot of experience and could do well for this country. But there is a problem marketing the present JLP leader, just as how there was a problem marketing the leader before.
Yes.
What I find very intriguing, though, is that, and I want to use a cricket analogy, where you are comparing performance of two batsmen. One of them is at the wicket batting, and the other one pad up and sit down under the tree waiting to go to bat. And yet you go asking people, what do you think about the performance of both?
Yes.
I mean, in such a scenario, the one who is constantly at the wicket batting, they must come out looking better than the one who really all you're going to do is stretch your imagination as to what this person may do or may not do when once the person gets to the wicket.
Yes.
And so this is always...
It's an unfair question.
It's a very unfair question.
Or perhaps ill-considered.
And very ill-considered. But that is the nature of the situation. But I just thought that in deference to Mr. Shearer, that I would comment on the Southeast Clarendon situation because what caused Mr. Shearer's seat to run down had to do with people, his lieutenants that he had around him, including one key functionary in the Bustamante Industrial Trade Union who he relied on to be looking about his business down there. Later on, that particular person had gotten a seat and lost it when everybody else were winning theirs, and all of that kind of problem. But the bottom line is that the seat had run down, and it did not matter who the PNP put in there in 1993.
Yes.
That PNP candidate would have won, and that the real credit to the seat going to the PNP was not who won in 1993, but the man Emmanuel Cousins, who contested the election in 1989. And Mr. Shearer won by only 4 votes.
But look here, I heard a discussion on CVM television on Wednesday evening.
Yes.
In that program Direct.
Yes.
With Mr. What's his name? Oh Lord.
I didn't hear the program, so.
No. We're the two candidates for Central Manchester. Sally Porteous.
Mr. Bunting
and Mr. Bunting.
And Sally Porteous.
Yes. In which Sally Porteous made the point that Mr. Bunting was being sent to Central Manchester. Apparently, they want him to succeed Dr. Davis. So the people of Manchester are being asked to provide him with a constituency. Whereas she lives in the constituency. Right?
Yes.
It seems to have reflected the thinking of the people down in St. Anne,
yes,
who are saying that they want somebody from their constituency. And I wonder whether those people, nobody's taking them seriously on that, right? Or think it a particularly worthwhile thing. In many constituents, possibly most constituencies, there are outsiders, who are the candidates. And I wonder very seriously whether this would not be really a worthwhile revolution in Jamaican politics for people in the constituencies to insist that the people who represent them live in their constituencies, experience what they experience, right? and have this interest that they have in the improvement of the affairs of the constituency. Hold on just a moment.
Attention NHD contributors in St. Catherine. Your NHD St. Catherine branch is now at its new offices, Twickenham, near the Hussey Marty School. Remember, your NHD office is now at a new location, Twickenham, St. Catherine. The phone numbers remain the same. The time by the National Housing Trust is
12:45.
I want to go over last quarter's sales report with you.
Okay, but I don't have the figures here at home. Let me call our accountant.
So you'll call me back?
No, stay on the line. I'll just use three-way calling.
With three-way calling pay-per-use, you get all the benefits of three-way calling on your home phone without the monthly subscription. No registration needed. Just pay each time you use the service.
We've really got some work done.
Yeah, that was productive.
We should have more meetings on our home phone.
For this and other great home phone features, call 1-888-CALL-CWJ. Conditions apply. Home phone, the cheapest way to call.
Homeowners, building contractors, visit Epic Hardware for the lowest prices on steam shower houses, shower enclosures, lumber, electrical and plumbing fixtures, and so much more. Epic Hardware, 142 Muirhead Avenue, Denbigh, Maypen. Telephone 986-6170. Epic Hardware, for people who build.
I want to be an election day worker.
I worked in the last general elections, and I'm proud to be a part of the democracy. I felt quite safe, and the process is thorough and fair.
The EOJ needs 3,000 additional workers for Election Day. We're seeking persons with at least 1 year tertiary education living in the Kingston, St. Andrew, and St. Catherine areas. We're making a special appeal to teachers and civil servants to join our team. Pick up an application form at shop number 21, Fort Moore Pines Plaza, EOJ, 43 Duke Street, the Election Center, 9th floor, Towers, New Kingston, or call 922-9015 for details. Do it for democracy. Do it for Jamaica.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back with you.
Yes.
What are your views on that?
It is something that has to be given a lot of thought.
Yes.
Because, for one thing, the other side of the coin is, what if people in the that rule exists and the people in the constituency, whoever are the persons offering themselves, the people in the constituency doesn't want any of them.
No.
Then what do you do? The next thing is that you're likely to come up, have the whole question of constitutional rights of people to choose.
No, I'm not thinking that we go so far as to put it in the Constitution.
Right. You're saying
what I'm saying is that if there is a recognized preference
yes.
for the constituency to be represented by a person who is not necessarily born there,
yes, yes,
but who is going to live there,
yes,
or is living there with the people,
yes,
right? And who therefore shares in whatever it is that the people are experiencing there.
Yes. Yes, well, I see. The point is that the people are to exercise civic pressure to bring to bear that realization
yes.
on the situation. What you find is that, let us look at, it's not just in Southeast St. Anne their people have been, a person has been imposed on the people there, or
no, it's all over
Central Westmoreland, Southeast St. Elizabeth,
and for a long time.
But the interesting thing is that the people, and when I see a lot of this going on the other day, it kind of remind me of the things that Mr. Seaga used to do.
Yes.
That for which the PNP used to criticize him.
Yes.
And accuse him of being undemocratic. But the worst part of it is that this kind of high-handed heavy boot behavior is contradictory to everything that the Prime Minister is putting out as a public posture. You know, everything about her Christianity, everything about her love for the poor. I heard her justifying her behavior and the leadership of the party in respect of Southeast Centre, that it's only God and the people should listen to.
Yes.
Then I thought that the people in Southeast Centre were, that they were people too.
Yes.
So that if you are listening to God and the people, then you would listen to the Southeast Centre people.
Yes.
You have denied listening to them.
Yes.
But making a public declaration
yes.
of how much you listen to the people. So it becomes very hypocritical. And contradictory.
Yes.
And maybe laughable too.
Yes, well, you know, sir, sometimes we say that we listen to God, and we think maybe we genuinely think we're listening to God, but it may not be God's voice that we're hearing.
because finally, it is said that the things that are of God must be true. That does it have love? Does it have understanding? Does it have patience? That those are the fruits of the Spirit, and those are the things of God.
Yes.
And when you see the kind of action, the hurt and the disrespect that has been shown to the Southeast Sentence people, despite their protestations, and then on top of that they are being abused and are being told that the PNP can win the election without Southeast Centre.
And that if they lose that seat,
yes.
the wrath of the people is going to descend upon them.
Precisely.
I wonder what that means.
It's the worst. It's the PNP which has prided itself in such a fine tradition of democracy, has really been degrading itself.
Yes.
As far as its behavior is concerned in relation to its utterances in respect of the selection of candidates for some of these constituencies.
Yes.
And yet...
there was one constituency in Westmoreland where they actually had an election, no?
Yes, Central Westmoreland.
And then displaced the candidate who won.
Yes, right. I remember if it's Hall is the name of the fellow who was down there.
Yes.
But yes, he was elected, and then he was thrown out.
Yes.
And then he got up and made a number of speeches, and became very defiant for a day or two.
Yes.
And then after that, he calmed down. And,
yes,
and this is the interesting thing, where partisan sentiment sometimes become more important to some people than the principles.
Yes.
Principles. And also it goes for some of the people who are quarreling how much they are suffering. Because they will quarrel and cuss and go into the polling station, vote for the PNP, come back out and quarrel and cuss.
Well, that is the way we do things, sir.
Yes.
Anyway.
And very often the middle class perception of the way other persons, especially those in the lower socioeconomic rung, what excites or outrage the middle class are not the same things that excite necessarily or outrage the people, some of the people in the lower socioeconomic round.
Yes, yes.
And very often, it leads to unusual expectation on the part of the middle class, and therefore result in surprise.
Well, one of the things that the so-called middle class, these are people who have had opportunity.
Yes.
And one might expect them to be offering to the country rather better leadership than they have.
Yes.
Right? And to be emphasizing the really important things that, middle-class people in Jamaica and people who, are doing well, the business people and all these, have been prepared to see some little barefoot boy down in the inner city areas who is a citizen of Jamaica.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And is entitled to all the rights that any Jamaican has.
Yes.
Right? And they are prepared to see him brutalized and, kicked from one end of the street to the other and shot and killed and all kinds of things like that.
And they don't lock down their business
Right?
for him.
Yes, they don't say, no, look here, this is damn nonsense. We cannot allow this to happen.
No.
Right? And they don't realize that if they were to do that and were to insist on the kind of policies that would make for a decent life for that young man, right? That they would all be better off.
Now, you're touching on something, very deep here, Mr. Perkins, because, you see, it's the same thing. Some people are surprised that the PNP is leading in the polls.
Yes.
But what happened is that there has been a traditional and residual perception of the Labour Party and the People's National Party. Historically, it is perceived that the PNP is for the poor man, whether it is true or not, and that the JLP is for the big man. And that perception is there.
That came with Michael Manley.
Wherever it came from,
because prior to
that.
Prior to that, the Labour Party was Quashi Party.
Yeah.
Right?
Right, but look what happened. Michael Manley had a basis. It was not Michael Manley's better must come slogan. There was a psychological basis upon which such an appeal to the Jamaican people was made. The fact of the matter is that the economy had grown significantly, exponentially, under the Jamaica Labour Party between 62 and 72.
Yes.
But yet, the gap between the people who had and those who did not have had widened. That there were isolation of the people in the country. The banning of books, which and the level of brutality. Of course, we are now accustomed to more than that, especially.
But the banning of books began in the 1950s.
It seemed to have taken on. I suppose there were a number of things converging, including the riots of 1963.
That began at about the time that it followed up on you remember that in the late 1940s, there was the expulsion of the 4-H's.
The 4,
right?
In the 50s.
That was in the 40s.
All right.
That was by way of was it? But it was at a time when they were having that thing in the United States with that man. What was his name? He was a senator. Oh Lord, he was purporting a very anti-communist, right-wing anti-communist thing.
Yes.
And I think that the PNP that influenced the Norman Manley government to expel the 4-H's.
Right.
Right. And to ban books like a lot of left-wing books. The Che Guevara's book was banned. A whole lot of them.
Yeah, but it seems to me what happened, because the 60s was a time now when I was becoming a youngster. And I recall the kind of tension that was developing in the society.
Yes.
The Rastafarian situation.
Yes.
I think that somehow even the Cuban Revolution of 1959 seemed to have influenced both ways, both the conservative elements in the society.
Hold on just a moment for me.
You're listening to Power 106 FM. The time is now 1 o'clock.
The news is out. You already know Langer's pomegranate juice helps clear clogged arteries and fights heart disease. Now, clinical trials by the National Cancer Institute in the USA indicate that pomegranate juice may stop recurring prostate cancer. Langer's pomegranate juice is made from the whole fruit for maximum antioxidant content. Langer's pomegranate juice, your ally in the fight against prostate cancer and heart disease. Available in your favorite supermarket. Distributed by Qualcare Limited.
Ricky want to set up the house with the best from top to floor. But when him open up him wallet and him looking at the money, him sorry him never have more.
Ricky don't matter stop, you come to it. We said the best hardware you can get it. When the price is nice and you get advice, the choice could only be
Stewart's Hardware and Home Center, Maypen, Lionel Town and Old Harbour, where the price is right and the customer is always first.
Stewart's Hardware.
Think comfort. Think Carrier, the world's most trusted brand in air conditioning. More homes, hotels, and businesses use Carrier air conditioners because they have a proven record for the coolest, most reliable, and energy-efficient units on the market. All teamed with great service and affordable prices. Call CAC 2000 Limited, 1-888-991-5921, and refresh yourself. Carrier, turn to the experts. This is an important announcement from the National Water Commission. Customers of the National Water Commission in sections of the corporate area and St. Catherine served by the Tullow Springs and Eastern Headworks water supply system are advised that their continued water supply disruption is as a result of a power outage at the pumping facilities in St. Catherine since yesterday. The areas affected, either by no water or low water pressure, include sections of Portmore, sections of Greater Portmore, Helsher Heights, Spanish Town Road, Marcus Garvey Drive, sections of downtown Kingston, Malines Road, Washington Boulevard, Eltham Park, and Keystone. Normal water supply will be restored when the power supplies are resolved and the systems are charged and storage rebuilt. The NWC apologizes for the inconvenience. That was an important announcement from the National Water Commission. You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. You know, we have to bring this to an answer, but unfortunately,
yes,
our callers are quarreling.
Okay.
But you know, the period of the 1970s, of the 1960s, was a period of marked economic improvement.
Yes.
And if the thing is this, that it didn't cover everybody all at once, right?
The period of when?
The 1960s, right?
Yes.
It had started earlier in the 1950s,
right.
But it developed in the 1960s, right? And there were people who were being absorbed in the process of economic improvement.
Yes.
But some people had not yet been. It had not got to the point of. There was still a fair number of lot of people out there. And therefore, Michael Manley came with the promise of better must come.
Yeah, but what?
Now, the way to achieve the better would have been to continue the process, right? For another 10, 15, 20 years, right? But he didn't do that. He broke it off and
No, but I get the feeling that towards the end of the 60s that the government of the Jamaica Labour Party, despite its achievement in the economic sphere, at the level of interpersonal relationship with people had gone to an all-time low, that the government was out of touch, that there was a lot of anger against the
Well,
government.
maybe that was part of it
And
too.
discontent and alienation.
Yes.
And Michael Manley capitalized on all of that.
Yes, but the essential problem was, you know, back in 1940s, when the invasion of Europe was being contemplated, there was a big argument among the Eisenhower and his generals as to whether they should proceed on a broad front or on a narrow front, right?
Yes.
Well, Eisenhower elected to go on a broad front. The Russians at the same time were going on a narrow front, and they reached Berlin before the Allies did.
All right. I'm going to leave and give some other person a chance. We'll talk another time.
All right. Thank you very much.
Okay,
all the
bye-bye.
best to you.
Right.
Okay. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Perkins.
Yes, so good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes.
I am calling because I want to know what's the situation with the Trafigura money.
Trafigura?
Yes, because we know how the money came into the country, but we don't have any proof that the money has been returned.
But hold on. We don't even know. Well, we know how the money came into the country.
That's correct.
We don't know why the money came into the country. Right? I don't think that there are some questions that need to be answered about that Trafigura money, right?
Yes.
That have not even been touched upon.
Yeah.
Right? The Nigerian government gave Jamaica a concession in the purchase of Nigerian crude, right? Hello?
Yes, I'm here.
I think I'm right in saying that the concession was to the extent of $5 per barrel.
Yeah.
Right? Now, Jamaica got Trafigura to lift that crude and to take it and sell it on the world market. Right? Now, there are a lot of... Trafigura itself was buying Nigerian crude at the regular prices. Right? Selling it on the world market and making a profit. Right?
Yeah.
Jamaica was making it possible for them to get this more Nigerian crude, sell it, make more money. Right? But Jamaica now, the concession that Nigeria gave to Jamaica of $5 a barrel, where did that go?
That's correct.
Because Jamaica was making 12 cents a barrel out of the crude that Trafigura was selling. What was happening to $4 and, 88 cents?
Yes.
Right?
So what I'm trying to get...
Now, hold on a little bit. Did this money, the money that was discovered, right?
Yeah.
Did that money come out of that $4.88? Right?
Yeah.
And was that the only payment that had been made to the PNP? Right? Was it a one-time payment that Trafigura was making to help them with their whatever election expenditures?
I don't think so.
Right? Or was it an installment on the $4 or the $5 concession? Right? $4.88.
Installment, but what I want to get at, the Right Honorable Prime Minister Portia Simpson says that the money has been returned.
Yes.
We don't have any proof of it.
That is quite
and
true.
We need proof of this because lying lips are abomination to the Lord, to the Lord. And
Well.
Mr. Perkins, I'm calling on the public defender, Mr. Earl Witter, to get to the bottom of this thing.
I don't know that is within
Pardon me?
his competence, sir. I don't know that this is his sphere.
Pardon me?
I say I don't know that belongs in his sphere of activity.
You don't know?
No, I don't think so.
But we need to know
Has
because
nothing to do with
when
it.
asked about the Trafigura money, she says ask the PNP. I want to know if she's now turning the labor right.
Well, I don't know. Well, but the question is not whether the Trafigura money has been returned. The question is, why was it that Trafigura sent that money to the People's National Party? And was it the first such amount that it had sent to the People's National Party?
It is as simple
And
as
did
an
it
ABC.
come?
It's
Did
a
it come out of the $4.88 that Jamaica was not getting from the concession that Nigerians had given to Jamaica?
Well, I leave this up to the Jamaican people to decide on election day, Mr. Perkins.
Okay.
Have a nice day.
Well, all right. Thank you. Okay, hello? Hello? Hello?
Mr. P.
Yes, sir. How are you?
Not too bad, you know. I want to thank Mr. Scott for them vital statistics.
Yes.
He gave us some...
Hello?
Yes, yes. Anyway.
Uh-huh.
Now, Caribbean Court of Justice.
Yes.
I want to know this Caribbean Court of Justice. And why I want to know more about it. Because I know my learned Attorney General A.J. Nicholson is a disciple of it.
Uh-huh.
Why we Jamaicans are called upon to pay at least towards $22 million borrowed on behalf of this country for a Caribbean Court of Justice, that we don't have anything else but pay towards it.
Yes.
But listen, how come they can pick a Chief Justice and 6 other counsel, and they don't find it possible to pick one Jamaican?
Yes.
You are saying that Justice Ian Ford, Justice Ronald Hugh Small, who acted as a judge the other day in one of these islands,
yes,
they are not up to the quality to serve in this Caribbean Court of Justice,
yes,
although we are paying towards it.
Yes.
What you try and tell me? Let me draw your tongue and draw your brain.
Look, sir.
Yes.
We have a problem in this country when it comes, and it applies also to the Caribbean Court.
Of course, sir.
When it comes to the selection of judges.
Yes.
Right?
Yes, sir.
I think that there's something fundamentally flawed. Well, no, they have that tradition in Britain, right?
Yes.
And it has worked there.
Yes.
But it isn't working here, I don't think.
It's just not
right?
working. I remember the days as a little boy when we used to have men like H.O.B. Wooding,
yes,
Sir Lennox O'Reilly,
yes,
Harvey de Costa, and a lot of judges. And now we reach this crossroad now that they boxed us in, they got the money to borrow on our behalf, which we are paying back. We have to pay back.
We have to.
And one of our judges couldn't mention his name, couldn't even be called.
Make it up to the Caribbean
and you have
Court.
some judges.
But they, in any event.
They don't all learn the same law like our judges.
Well, in any event, I
Yes,
mean, look at, well, we are not using the Caribbean Court as a court of appeal.
We are
right?
paying.
But we're paying.
We're paying.
Right?
Through the nose.
Well, it's potentially there as a, to settle disputes, trade disputes and whatever. Right?
Yes, sir.
But the thing is this, that, so the Privy Council works for us.
Yes, sir.
Right?
And very well, too.
And very well.
Yes, sir.
I don't know what rights we would preserve in Jamaica.
Yes, sir.
If we were entirely dependent upon local courts. Right?
True.
When I say that, I include the Caribbean Court.
Of course.
We have to think and particularly given the way that our courts are selected.
Of course. And the way this Caribbean Court was conjured up.
Yes.
And the legality of it, it was thrown out by the Privy Council.
Yes. Precisely. But the thing is this, that we need to be very careful about that.
Extremely careful.
Right? And we need also to look very carefully at the way in which judges are selected in Jamaica.
Of course. Let me give you one because...
And at the Caribbean Court, if we're going to be interested in that.
True.
And do something about it. That needs to be reformed.
That's right.
Hold on just a moment for me.
Quality, affordable gypsum board, green board, Duroc board, steel stud, and more. Value for your money. Available at All Island Gypsum Distributors Limited. The time by the #1 construction supply store, All Island Gypsum Distributors Limited, 960-7381 is
115.
This is a message from the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. Parents, is your child a PATH beneficiary between 1 and 6 years old? Have you taken him for a checkup since January? If you have not, then you must take him to the health center by June 30. Remember, your PATH benefit depends on these visits. The program of advancement through health and education, advancing your family, developing Jamaica. For further information, call toll-free 1-888-991-7284 or contact the Ministry's office in your parish.
No matter what you drive, Esso's fuel system energy has the right mix of additives to improve performance. These additives guarantee a cleaner operation, which means a cleaner environment. At Esso, we understand your car's needs, your needs, and the needs of the environment. You're going to love driving a whole lot more than ever. How do we know? At Esso, we're drivers too.
Versan Educational Services is the best in college counseling and preparation for exams. GRE, GMAT, SAT, LSAT, SSAT, MCAT, TOEFL, and DAT. If you want the best results, register now. Versan Educational Services, located at 134 Constant Spring Road. Call 755-2187. Shop 17 Island Plaza, Ocho Rios, and Shop 39 Overton Plaza, Montego Bay. For success in going overseas to study, call Versan today. Now registering for 2008. Classes start July 7. You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online.
Yes, Mr. P.
Yes.
The midday news carry something there that a bus was shot up.
Well, before we leave the court matter.
The court matter, yeah.
I don't know if you heard me reading from a judgment handed down by
the Tanzanian judge?
A Tanzanian judge, yes.
Of course.
Well, you know, sir, when I hear those sentiments coming out of the mouth of Jamaican judges.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
I will be happy to
very, very happy
to see the transition from the Privy Council to our own Jamaican courts.
Of course, we should never see yes. Right. I totally agree with you. Yes. And it make me tremble. Not a lot of things make me tremble. But when I hear the DPPs asking for public hanging, it make me tremble in my shoes.
Yes.
You understand?
Yes.
And at my age, I've never done anything that caused me to be hanged, either in private or in public.
Yes, but it seems to me to be significant. Well, a matter of good fortune that the DPP is making that statement at the time when we are hearing all this kerfuffle about the Wilmot trial.
Of course.
Right.
Of course. And,
not trial, the Wilmot investigation.
Investigation.
Yes.
And, I am disagreeing with the inquiry. One paper of it is a commission, but it's not a commission of inquiry.
Yes.
It's an inquiry.
Yes.
But nevertheless, what is going to happen to the court? Don't we going to have a court, a coroner's court?
Where is the coroner's court?
Where is the coroner's court?
Yes.
Are we going to have a sleeper, a man coming like the one we brought down from Canada, put him in a 5-star hotel to sleep, snore, disturb the commission?
No, this is a Jamaican.
No, this is a great judge. Ian Fort, I met him.
Yes.
And he's a great judge.
I
And
have no problem with him. But
no, we won't have that. You understand? But you're usurping the coroner's court.
Yes, I should have thought that the matter needed to go to the coroner's court.
It should go to the coroner's court, and nobody will.
And in fact, the law requires that it go to the coroner's court and go at the earliest possible time.
Well, let me finally give you this one, and I hear you said something this morning. The CP, meaning the Commissioner of Police,
yes,
has given a gag order, and he has told them to shut them out. He says, you wonder if any adjective was in it. Well, I am prepared. I am prepared to borrow Mr. the man from the National Solid Waste language.
Yes.
Shut your damn mouth while I'm away. I can't leave you, Mr. P. Have a nice weekend.
All right, so thank you very much. All the best to you. Okay, hello? Hello?
Hello, sir.
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm still waiting on Mr. Perkins.
You are?
Waiting on Perkins online.
With that very odd, because this is Perkins.
Oh, Mr. Perkins.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon to you.
There are two things that I need to discuss with you, sir.
Yes.
The first one, I don't know if you remember whether it was the latter part of 2005 or the beginning of 2006, when two priests were shot and killed in central Kingston, and it alarmed Jamaica.
Yes,
Since
was
then,
it 2 or 3?
I think it was 2
I
died.
think it was 3.
3 died?
Yes, I believe so.
And to date, we have not heard a word from it.
Yes.
About it. And one would have thought that Mr. Thwaites being from that same faith, that he would have some interest in it and to ask for...
Well, I don't know why he should have any more interest than the rest of us.
Because he's a Roman Catholic. And
well,
so
fine, but you don't have to be a Roman Catholic to be interested in justice.
But even then, because he have access to the radio that he could ask, and his influence that he could ask about the progress of the investigation, we have not heard anything.
Well, we haven't heard a thing about it. I don't know what's going on.
I don't know. I can't say. That is number one. I heard a minister of government said that he does not listen to your program.
Oh?
I happened to visit that office 2 weeks ago. I visited 3 of the departments. And the last one was the permanent sex office. And all the radios were tuned into your program.
Are you serious?
Of course I'm serious.
Oh, my God.
Of course I'm serious.
But you didn't report this, bring this to the attention of the minister?
Did not, because...
Hey, what the devil is going on?
Hello?
Out of order.
Yes.
You should bring it to the attention of the minister. Let him discipline them all.
Yes, sometimes they lied. When they come on radio and television and tell us some things, they lied to us.
Well, I don't know. He said he didn't listen.
All right.
So it doesn't necessarily mean that because other people are listening.
Well, yes, but he would have been briefed anyhow if something was said pertaining to him or his ministry.
Yes.
I'm not coming down hard on the Deputy Commissioner Mark Shields.
Yes.
My recommendation would be, though, to the government, if they could recruit 2 more deputies from Britain.
Oh?
Yes.
Well, look here. What has been the effect of this recruitment?
I think it adds substantially to the both to the strategic management of the Jamaica Constabulary Force and the quality of investigation, of course.
Is that so?
Of course.
Oh,
Of
course.
course.
you saw this in the Wilmot case?
Not necessarily in the Wilmot case, but Mr. Shields, the person, came down and let us know that it was possible for us to bring evidence against Dons and have them, locked up.
To bring evidence against Dons and have them locked up?
Yes, area
Mr.
Dons,
Shields.
and take them to court successfully, convict them and send them to jail.
Oh? I didn't realize that.
Well, prior to that, we have our senior officers who gave Don public addresses into address the nation when he was supposed to be an identification parade.
Oh?
Yes, so I'm saying that I have no problem with Mr. Mark Shields.
Oh, that one.
Yes, that one, that's central when he was given the public address system.
Uh-huh.
And, he was on television and you could see him, and yet still, he was supposed to face an identification parade.
Uh-huh.
Those are the persons that should be sent home.
I see.
Yes, and really those are my comments, sir.
How do you think Mr. Shields is going to make out under this?
Well, he was he led his investigation as a result of the forensic examination, and the result of the forensic examination. He could not have done otherwise. He would have to be he would have to take lead from what the pathologist had to say, his findings.
Well, I don't know that he had to. He was obliged to follow the conclusions of the pathologist and the evidence.
He could not have done otherwise. The pathologist is the technical person.
Yes, but technical persons supply information,
right,
and supply opinions based upon that information.
Right.
Now, the jury in the coroner's court, and the jury, if the thing were to come to trial, a jury is going to have to listen to the pathologist, listen to his opinion, listen to the reasons he gives for forming that opinion,
precisely,
and come to its own conclusions about them.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And that too is the role of the police. The police have to listen to the pathologist, right? Listen to, they have other evidence that that the pathologist's report has to mesh with, right? And in the event, the police were uncertain about the pathologist's report, and therefore they invited other pathologists to participate, to offer opinions on it, right? And 3 other pathologists of repute said no, they didn't agree with this pathologist.
Right.
So the question is, why did the police do that only after they had held press conferences, publicizing the report of the pathologist that they ultimately rejected?
You mean the government pathologist?
Yes.
Yeah, but they relied on his examination,
No.
some statement.
Yes, but they...
and to carry on the
Yes,
investigation.
sir, but eventually, after holding press conferences, right, to give, first of all, press conference number 1, the result of the post-mortem was inconclusive.
That's it, yeah.
Right? Then suddenly the inconclusive report was transformed by what means we do not know into a report that gave rise to suspicions. Right? And then, again, within a matter of hours, that suspicious report became a report signifying that the man had been murdered. Hold on a moment for me.
Reach your financial goals with a COK fixed deposit account. Get your savings on track. Conditions apply. COK for life. COK. Invest in your future today. And the time by COK is
1:30.
Grease stains are some of the most difficult stains to remove. Introducing Ariel Oxyazole Max with anti-grease particles. This brand new formula transforms washing water into an anti-stain solution that penetrates deep into fabrics, helping to remove grease and much more. Try it today. Ariel Oxyazole Max gets rid of grease so you can get on with life. Ariel, washing made easy.
You solved that geometry question yet?
No matter how I try, I can't seem to get the answer they have in the book.
I bet Max know how they did. Call him now and let him explain it to you. Then call me and tell me.
How about I call him using three-way and he just explains it to both of us?
Cool.
Get three-way calling on your home phone and turn a regular two-way call into a three-way conversation.
So, Kim, Tina, you get it now?
Yes.
Thanks, Max.
Home phone, the cheapest way to call.
Summer is hot at Bromelia House, and we're not talking weather. It's time again for our annual Bromelia House Sizzling Summer Sale. 2 weeks only, June 18 through 30. Up to 50% off. From hardware to houseware, Bromelia House is your complete home center. 1 Ward Avenue, Mandeville, and High Street, Black River. Summer means savings at Bromelia House. Remember the sale date, June 18 through 30.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back online. Hello?
You are saying that the police arrive at their conclusion too early and should have waited.
No. What I'm saying is that the police, first of all, it is very strange that a pathologist report, should at 10 o'clock in the morning be inconclusive. Right? Then at 4 o'clock in the afternoon or somewhere there, be giving rise to suspicions. And then a day later, be offering proof of murder. The same report. Right? And then the police thereafter developed a sense of no confidence in the report, clearly, because they referred it abroad, right?
Because there were conflicting stories. The reports are sort of conflicting.
The report?
Yes.
I don't know of that. What I know is that the police conclusions about the report were conflicting, yes? And that in the final analysis, they had no confidence in the report and wanted to have it checked by pathologists abroad, right? Or to hear their view on the matter, right? And then when the pathologists abroad said, no, nonsense, the man was not murdered, he died of heart condition, right? The police went along with that. But this is after they had held press conferences, right? Telling the world all this thing about the pathologist's report, right?
Honestly,
suppose they had just kept quiet, kept their damn mouth shut, right, for the moment, and sent the report that or the material abroad to have it checked, right? Then, you know, they could have given out the information that they would have given out. They would have been, well, apparently more certain of.
Yes. Well, yes, I agree with that.
And you would have saved a lot of embarrassment.
Right, I agree with that. But you know, I still stand by my words that I'm not really killing Mr. Shields. You know, I conclude that he has the competence at that level to manage at that level. And, yes, the skills, the knowledge, and the experience.
Well, I don't know. I'm not challenging his competence. All that I'm saying is that the matter does not seem to me to have been properly handled.
Well, we are
and resulted in an embarrassment to the police force and to the country.
And Jamaica.
Yes. Okay?
Okay, sir.
All the best to you. Thank you. Okay, hello? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Brother P.
Hi.
Comrade Perkins, man.
Comrade Perkins.
Yes, sir.
Boy, you want to see my shirt.
Eh?
You want to see my shirt, man?
Man, let me tell you something, man. Your speech alone going to sing the Jamaica Labour Party right down to the bottom, man.
The what? What?
Your speeches.
My what?
And your utterances.
Yes.
Is going to sing the Jamaica Labour Party. Brother P.
Yes.
In the 1980s, who were the finance minister?
Who was the finance minister? As I remember it, Mr. Siaga.
Okay. You believe he did a good job?
Well, he seems to have done a better job than has since been done.
Could you say who went to prison? How much people went to prison because of the administration? Did he do a good job in the case of those two people that went to prison?
Which two people?
You don't know the two people for the farm worker money.
Oh, that. No, hold on. Well, no. That happened.
Well, no.
That happened. Towards the end of the 1980s.
That was when that was when Brother P.
Yes.
No, man, that was when the PNP won the election.
That is after that's precisely my point.
Yes.
That was when the information became available, as I remember it. And yes, but that is a trifling matter by comparison with some of the things that are now going on.
No, but we don't. You remember what Brother Sister P said?
Hold on now. I'm saying that the amount of money involved there was trifling by comparison with the huge sums of money that the Auditor General is now talking about that are being
probably so. That is what the Contractor General is saying. But did you know that in the inquiry that gone on the other day about the White House?
Yes.
Do you know that they said the real overrun was $6 million?
Who said that?
That was what was said in the House.
In the House?
Yes.
By whom?
By the People's National Party, by Mr. It was said, and there were no
The people, hold on a little. The real overrun was $6 million?
Yes, after the breakdown.
You mean hold on. You mean the difference between 70 million and 140, what is it, 143 million? 113 million. The difference between 70 million and 113 million is 6 million?
Yes, because you laugh.
Hold on a little bit. Where you learn your mathematics?
You don't know me. It was done in the House when they said, listen, and you're going to learn. When it was done in the House by who? I think is Minister of Security. Who is the lawyer and the lawyer there now?
Which lawyer where?
Security.
Eh?
Is he was on the panel and that
You're talking about KD Knight?
No man. Was it Mr. Knight? No man. But anyway, when they break it down, it was said that after all, when they realized what had happened, I'm not telling you to believe, but I hear it on another program with him saying that after it was broken down, all the things that gone over pay or whatsoever, that it was 6 million overrun.
That is nonsense.
Well, probably you can say it was not. By the way, Mr.
The difference between 70 million and 113 million is not 6 million.
Is not I said so, Brother P.
Maybe not, but
anyway,
whoever said that is a dunce.
Well, could be.
Right?
Well, let's get on. The person was it Light B on the program with us today?
No, man.
It was him.
No, sir.
I was speaking just about this, the after lunch, about giving the history of voters and things like that.
Oh, that is Mr. Shalman Scott.
I'm very sorry. Anyway.
You're very sorry about what?
Yeah, what I was going to say, so leave that.
Uh-huh.
Brother P, you remember the other day there was an incident in Woodford Park?
Uh-huh.
Where a banner was torn down?
A what?
A banner. PNP banner.
Uh-huh. In Woodford Park?
Yes.
Yes.
Were torn down?
Uh-huh.
And you had a PNP representative on your program?
Did I?
Yes, man. And you take him to task, put him on the witness stand, and you did take him to task.
Uh-huh.
You remember who that was?
No, I didn't.
But
I don't.
Brother P, let me ask you something. Oh, when you do certain things, you have no memory of it, and when some things that it passed many, many years ago, you just come out with them. What is that, man?
Who was this person that you're talking about?
It was somebody from the PNP.
From what?
From the PNP.
From the PNP?
Yes. You have people in the background who telling you things like the how much million and things. I heard it. Why can't that person tell you who the person was? And it was a male. I don't remember his name.
You don't remember who it was?
Who was the person you had on your program?
You don't remember?
No.
Oh, I see.
But you had one. I wonder if somebody on the background that couldn't tell you who we have, who you did have. But you remember, during your conversation, Mr. Perkins. By the way, you hear of that incident in Woodford Park today? Did you hear the news?
You mean the one where some truck was shot up?
Bus, man.
A bus?
And 4 people get shot?
Yes.
All right. And it is controversial.
It's what?
It is controversial. The news that I hear it on.
It is controversial?
Yes.
Oh, what do you mean by controversial?
You know? I will bring her back to something, and you know what I mean.
I hear that the Labour Party is saying that it was done by PNP supporters, and Mrs. Maxine Henry Wilson is saying how sorry she is that it happened. And
that's what you heard?
Yes.
On your program?
Yes. On the radio news.
Funny. And the police on the other hand is saying that it's controversial because they are watching there to provide off any reprisal or what is understood.
Yes, I suppose.
It was understood that the people who was shot was mistakenly shot by JLP. Laugh as much as you can. That was what was said on the other program.
Which other program was it?
You don't worry about that.
So these JLP people, hold on, little. These JLP people were traveling on the bus in their green shirts, right?
But who knows what green shirt are we?
And some JLP people outside saw these green shirts and thought they were red shirts.
Perkins, you hear why the bus was stopped? Did
Why
you
was the bus-
heard why the bus
Why
was
was the
stopped?
bus shut up?
You didn't get why the bus did stop.
It stopped?
Don't you know why the people get shot because the bus stopped?
Oh?
Well, get your news correct. Let me go on. I won't put you in line.
Hold on a moment for me.
For the best prices on generators, call QD and Ace with prices as low as $52,130. Run silent model also available. QD and Ace, 8 Red Hills Road, Kingston 10. The time by QD and Ace is
1:45. Tetley Tea Company, Jamaica, now introducing Tetley Premium Tea, made by blending the finest teas available to give you that smooth, rich flavor. Only Tetley Tea has Tetley Regular, the best-selling tea in Jamaica, now joined by Tetley Premium. Look for the word premium on the blue box in sizes 20s, 40s, and 80s. Available at your favorite supermarkets island-wide. Distributed by Amalgamated Distributors Limited.
So, what you doing later?
I plan to call and text free.
All right. What you doing tomorrow then?
I plan to call and text free.
What about this weekend?
I plan to call and text free.
Next month?
Next month, next year, I plan to call and text free with the B-Mobile Anyone Free Time Plan.
How's that?
A plan that gives you 2 hours of free calls and 20 free texts every day to any B-Mobile or CNW number. And 20% off calls to the US, UK landlines, and Canada.
So, how much it costs?
Only $200 a week for prepaid and $800 a month for postpaid.
Sounds good.
Believe it.
The B-Mobile Anyone Free Time Plan. A plan to call and text free every day. Sign up now. Call or text the word START to 809-FREE. That's 809-3733. Details on the press. Conditions apply.
Me and my B-Mobile, there's nothing quite like us.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back with you, comrade.
Yes, man. You know, Mr. Perkins.
Huh?
Mr. Perkins.
Yes.
You have some people,
Uh-huh.
when the GLP are on the air, right?
Yes.
They don't interrupt the program.
Yes.
And you have some labor rights. When the PNP is on the air, they come in with, you can hear them come in with some argument.
Where?
A while ago,
Uh-huh.
when man were speaking about the issue of the overrun.
Yes.
What was said in? Somebody came in and said some 76 million or something like that.
No.
Did you hear it?
No, I didn't hear that.
Well, it came over on the phone that
I don't know who.
Right?
I don't know who that could be.
All right.
I certainly didn't hear it.
Anyway, Brother P.
Yeah.
I'm going. I'm going to come to something, you know, but I'm taking it to something that had passed because I'm a person of long and short memory.
Yes.
Them call me history man.
Uh-huh.
Good. Now, you remember a couple of weeks ago, there was an incident in Mr. Charles' constituency where some pipe was stolen. Hello?
I think I remember something about it.
And I said something
I don't know if
about...
they were stolen. Yes, I think... Yes,
and
I
I
think.
said something about political marriage,
Uh-huh.
that Labour Party could have people take away the pipe them so as to get political marriage. And you said, you call me an idiot.
Uh-huh. I did?
Yes.
No, man, I wouldn't have done that.
You wouldn't have done that?
No.
That's why I say you say things and it seems like...
No, I wouldn't have called you an idiot.
Since when I'm not.
Uh-huh.
Anyway, the thing that happened in Woodford Park...
I wouldn't have needed to call you an idiot.
Anyway, because I am.
Eh?
Because I am.
Well, I didn't say that.
You didn't say?
No.
You know what's wrong with you, Perkins?
What?
You are self-taught. A lot of things that you know, you read books and things like that and believe you know. But you don't have common sense. That is what is wrong with you.
Eh?
If you had common sense with what knowledge you have, it would be a great asset. But you don't have
You're serious?
You don't have any common sense.
So you have some can give me?
No? You're too old to get it now.
I'm too old to get it?
Yeah.
But I'm quite young, you know.
Anyway, no, man. You're 76, me are 76.
I am what?
A couple of days, you're 76.
Where you get that from?
Oh, September you're born.
Oh, yeah?
Right? You're 75, I mean. 75. I am 75. You're just a couple of days older than me. Just as I turned the double digit.
Uh-huh.
Yes. But you enter in the single digit. Anyway.
I don't know where you get this information from.
Well,
Anyway,
I know you very well, Perkins.
What?
I know you well.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, man.
Oh.
Yeah, man. I know a lot.
I see.
Anyway, your business don't have anything to do with me. Now, why I bring up the crawl, the incident of the what took place last night, is to bring up to date that when you had that People National Party man on the radio, you said that a JLP man could shot another JLP and it would accuse the PNP of doing it when it is not so. You remember saying so?
I said that.
You remember saying so?
No, I don't.
You don't?
No, but?
But? What?
Well, I don't know. You said I said it. I don't remember saying that.
Mr. Perkins, when you said a JLP could shot a JLP and it accused the PNP vice versa.
I see.
You did say that. That's why I said you and you even go on to say the burning of the banner was from it didn't come from the police. The accusation was
burning
not
of which banner?
The banner in Woodford Park.
Yes.
You said it was from the police. It was from the People's National Party who brought out this information and said, and it was not from the police.
Uh-huh.
Well, it's the same now, Mr. Perkins.
Uh-huh.
You see your word come to pass?
What word?
That a GLP can shot a GLP and the accusation go on the PNP.
I see.
You don't see what I'm driving at?
Well, it can happen. But for us to say that it did happen, we need some evidence, no?
Aye. We need evidence to see what happened today.
Yes,
last
indeed.
night.
Yes, we need some evidence.
Let me bring you
What we know is that some persons were shot.
Yes.
On the bus.
Yes.
Right? That these persons were JLP.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
And
we need to find out who it was that did it.
And we understand that the news that I heard, that the JLP says that it is the PNP.
It's PNP who did it.
Who did it?
Yes.
But then the report said that the bus was stopped with a man in a green shirt bending down. Controversial again.
Yes. So what?
PNP carrying out the green shirt. Acting as labor right.
Yes, but what are you going to prove by all this speculation?
Because, Mr. Perkins, what you have said to the Jamaica public is that a PNP can shut up, not just a labor right can shut a labor right, and it is blame on the PNP.
Yes, but that is obvious, sir. It is possible.
That's what I'm saying.
But hold on a little bit. But you can't just say that it happened. You have to have some evidence that is what happened.
But there is the police says, the police report is that it is controversial.
It is controversial?
Yes.
I haven't heard that.
Well, you see your station?
I haven't heard that.
Especially.
But the police report was that the pathologist report was inconclusive. Was inconclusive. Then it was suspicious.
That is for them business.
And then it was
Jamaican get shot and
indicative of
nobody
murder.
hear nothing about it for years and years and years.
So the police talk nonsense sometimes, you know.
But Mr. Perkins.
Yes, sir.
You know, we won't stop making utterances. Because sometimes these utterances prove kind of bad.
But you have an interest, sir. You obviously have an interest in having people believe that it was JLP people who shot the JLP people.
Not such thing.
But of course.
Why I brought it up?
You're a party man. You're a good party man.
Is your utterances when you say a JLP can shut a JLP?
No.
And it is blame on the PNP.
No. Well, the point that I was making, sir, in relation to something that happened up in that constituency, was that the mere fact that a PNP person is shot.
No, sir. No PNP was shot. I will remind you, sir. The banner was removed and burned.
Oh, yes. The banner was removed and burned.
And the PNP say it was the Labour Party who do it.
Yes.
And when you have the representative from the PNP, you said that anybody could remove the banner and burn it.
What is the point of repeating that?
And you
that is
said,
obvious.
Mr.
That is
Perkins, that JLP could shut up a JLP.
Well,
that's
fine.
what I'm saying.
Yes.
And is your word come to pass?
I didn't say anything about shooting because there was no shooting there.
Mr.
I was talking about a banner being removed.
Something is radically wrong with your brain.
Yes, all right. I'm sure you think so.
I think so. The public out there is listening.
But you think that persons, anybody whose brain is working as you think proper, is supporting Mother P.
Whatever you want to say. I will support her and whoever win except Bruce Golden. Because Bruce Golden, he can't lead me.
He can't lead you?
No.
But Sister P...
A man that tell lies. Tell lies.
What lie him tell?
Him say who would never represent.
Hold on a minute. Let me ask you something. Sister P.
What?
What is it that she has done since she became Prime Minister?
You would know.
That gives you the impression.
Because you don't listen.
Hold on. That gives you the impression that she should be Prime Minister for a fifth term.
You don't listen, you see. Because you have some
tell me now. I'm listening now.
No, I won't tell you.
You can't tell me?
No.
You don't know what it is that she has done?
It is out there playing every day. If you want to hear, you will hear. But you don't hear. You said, Mr. Perkins.
No, all the time. When I listen, all I hear is a lot of her jigging up and down on the platform and talking some nonsense.
You said what you want to hear. You said long time ago you listened to only what you want to hear.
Look here, comrade. I have to take a break now, and it's a longish break, eh?
Yes,
so we talk again. call me again soon. All right?
Hear this? Let Astrosan Castor Oil Hair Grower help your hair regain health and beauty. Distributed by Lasco and available at leading beauty stores and pharmacies island-wide. Astrosan products, good Jamaica, greater value. The time by Astrosan products is
2 o'clock.
Today's weather brief is brought to you by the Manchester Co-op Credit Union, where service exceeds expectation. The Manchester Cooperative Credit Union 1977 Limited invites you to take advantage of their wide range of products and services. Get all your financial needs fulfilled through a safe and reliable partner in Mandeville, Christiana and Porus. Manchester Cooperative Credit Union, a steady partner in a changing world. Now for today's weather brief. There's a surface to mid-level trough across the western Caribbean. This afternoon will be mostly cloudy with scattered showers and isolated thunderstorms, mainly over central and western areas. Over the next 3 days, look for partly cloudy mornings over southern areas. Elsewhere will be mainly sunny. During the afternoons, expect partly cloudy and windy conditions along southern areas. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica. Today's weather brief was brought to you by the Manchester Co-op Credit Union, where service exceeds expectation. The news is out. You already know Langer's pomegranate juice helps clear clogged arteries and fights heart disease. Now, clinical trials by the National Cancer Institute in the USA indicate that pomegranate juice may stop recurring prostate cancer. Langer's pomegranate juice is made from the whole fruit for maximum antioxidant content. Langer's pomegranate juice, your ally in the fight against prostate cancer and heart disease. Available in your favorite supermarket. Distributed by Qualcare Limited. Caribbean Limited, the prestigious manufacturers and distributors of high-quality laundry products such as Trill Laundry Detergent and Fabric Softener, PAL All-Purpose Cleaner, and PAL Dishwashing Liquid. Products can be found island-wide in all leading supermarkets and grocery stores at very affordable prices. Business Online is brought to you by the Manchester Cooperative Credit Union Limited, a steady partner in a changing world.
Good afternoon, I'm Orville Johnson from today's Money Limited. Welcome to Business Online. Jamaica money market brokers recorded net profits of $1.14 billion during the financial year ended 31st March 2007. This represents a decline of 29% or $469.3 million on the corresponding year. The slippage in profits was primarily due to a fall in the share of profits of associated companies, which slumped some 80% year-over-year, and a $254.2 million impairment loss on financial assets. However, the company's operating revenues climbed by 14%, driven by gains on securities trading. U.S. inflation grew faster than May. It was driven by high petrol costs. The rate of inflation grew by 0.7% in May compared to 0.4% in April. Core inflation, which does not include food and energy, rose by 0.1%. According to the U.S. Labor Department, food prices rose by 0.3% and energy was up 5.4% more than that in April. Consumer prices have risen by 2.7% and core prices by 2.2% over the past year. The Bank of Jamaica was back in the foreign currency market today, selling U.S. dollars to authorized dealers. However, the Jamaica dollar slipped by 2 cents to close trading at an average of $68.44 Jamaican for each U.S. dollar in the Cambio market. All three stock market indices fell today. The market registered a negative advance to decline ratio, with 8 stocks advancing, 11 declining, and 5 stocks trading firm. The market continued to trade healthy volumes today with a total of 12.5 million units changing hands. Supreme Ventures continues to dominate trading with a volume of 11 million units. This was followed by Scotia Group Jamaica and Mabry Investments. The day's main winners were Denver and Geddes up 11.4% to close at $7.78. Supreme Ventures rose by 3% to close at $3.40 per share, while Kingston Wolves was up 2.3% to close at $7.80. The main decliners today were Scotia Group down 6.5% to close at $20.01. Gleaner Company dipped by 5.6% to close at $1.50, and JMB slipped by 1.9% to close at $9.51. The JC Index declined by 355.14 points to close the week trading at 89,229.98 points. Our advice is brought to you today by Manchester Cooperative Credit Union Limited. Do you want the peace of mind to know that your loved ones will be well taken care of at the end of life's long journey? At the Manchester Cooperative Credit Union, we know how important your family is to you, so we make family protection easy. Ask about our family indemnity plan today. No medical questions are asked. No long applications are necessary. There are low premiums covering up to 6 family members under one affordable policy. Start protecting your loved ones today. Visit us today at any one of our 3 branches located in Mandeville, Christiana, and Porus. And that's all the time we have for Business Online today. If you need further information, call us at 978-6262 or 927-7392. Or write to us at Today's Money Limited, 72 Hope Road, Kingston 6. Or email us at info@todaysmoneylimited.com. Or you may visit our website for further business news at www.todaysmoneylimited.com. Join me again on Monday for another edition of Business Online, another fine product from Today's Money Limited. I'm Orville Johnson, wishing you a great weekend.
Business Online was brought to you by the Manchester Cooperative Credit Union Limited, a steady partner in a changing world.
The Manchester Cooperative Credit Union Limited invites you to take advantage of its wide range of products and services available. Save in a share account and access loans for provident and productive purposes. Get peace of mind from the insurance products on offer and buy or sell foreign currency through its Cambio service. For further information, visit any one of its 3 branches located in Mandeville, Christiana, and Porus. Manchester Cooperative Credit Union, a steady partner in a changing world.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Yes, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Perkins.
Uh-huh.
I just hear instrument call you.
Uh-huh.
You see, the next time him call you, tell him to come go along at St. William's Grand Park. Under the big tree, them have some holy people in there will love talk history. So if you go down there, go talk with them. Because him talk something confusing, you see?
Yes.
So I don't let him go talk.
I'll follow you.
All right. Have a good day.
All right, thank you. Okay, hello?
Hello, Mr. Perkins.
Hi, how you doing?
Not bad at all. A long time, you know, this little Perkins online.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah. Yeah, my history man and the propaganda should be reminded of 1918, man.
Well, you know, sir, free speech.
True. But same thing they used to do in the 1980s. And I said violence will go on again, and them a campaign full scale, and they will never fly the gate. I hope the fly the gate pole will lead to see him being floored. Yeah, said foolishness, because all the campaign with opposers, they can campaign with performances.
Yes.
When PMP get to them, Mr. Perkins, remember when one a day, you know, Michael campaign, you know. Now a 4 a day and 5 a day, you know.
Oh, yes?
Yes, and that's very good achievement by PMP. The more murders and crime committed in Jamaica, the more popular PMP gets.
But Mother P will do something about this when she gets
But
her.
I fear you have the most crime too.
Huh?
I fear you have the more crime.
Yes.
That means a good that PMP good performance, you know, high crime.
Oh, yes?
Yeah, my 100% say high crime.
Don't be unfair.
No.
Don't be unfair.
Hope history man I get history. Yeah. Mr. Gold did I win, you know?
You think so?
JLP I win about 48 seats.
But that's not what the polls are saying.
Oh, but polls, Mr. Perkins. You ever hear polls ever put JLP ahead yet? Apart from when the plan was to invade Tivoli in 201. Poll put JLP ahead and not the hard work put JLP in that power anytime they win elections.
I see.
Yeah, you remember 9202, Mr. Perkins, man. Bill Johnson of PNP leading by 20% and the 26 seat JLP won. And lose about 5 by less than 100 votes. Hard work. The polls are lazy work, Mr. Perkins. And like history man had pandered to Don Smith and illiterate that they created during this administration.
I follow you.
That's what they do to us. They have to pander to Don Smith and Mr. Perkins.
Oh, yes?
That Don people vote too.
I see.
That's why they just want free education. Because what some of these people in here oppose free, nothing free, Mr. Perkins. But in Jamaica, when I was in 1970 as a kid, I believe when the communist country had people go to high school without paying fees.
No, that wasn't true.
Yes, that's what they used to say. It is when I come to America now, I get to realize that it was school book kids to buy up to high school. School provide everything, computer, equip everything. And those who get free education in the 1970s now what PMP are opposite now. And said PG come back on feet up and then say Mr. Siaga. And Mr. Siaga never do that in Mr. Perkins family get free education in the 1980s under Mr. Siaga government. And my sister and so forth, because if you were to pay them, me have to pay it and they never pay to go to St. Hughes up to 1989. Since PJ come in power and Omar Davis term Minister of Finance, they see up the system because the things Mr. Siaga did in 89 and up in 86 Mr. Perkins will put a 15% cess on the university students alone, you know, while in their heart. You know? So me no follow them in Mr. Perkins. If people look at history, man, and see how PNP say no to devaluation and devalue the most, that alone should them put PNP at the power from 1997. I remember me back at work with Mr. Perkins. I go to factor some more material, you know, because things are come up to bump.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, you take care and
all right,
you have a right to keep working hard.
All right, thank you very much. All the best to you.
Lasco Cambio is conveniently located on your way up or on your way down from Halfway Tree. They're open 8 a.m. daily. Visit Lasco Cambio for fast, reliable service. 29 Red Hills Road and now open in Pepin, 8 Gordontown Road. The time by Lasco Cambio is
2:15.
Think comfort. Think Carrier, the world's most trusted brand in air conditioning. More homes, hotels, and businesses use Carrier air conditioners because they have a proven record for the coolest, most reliable, and energy-efficient units on the market. All teamed with great service and affordable prices. Call CAC 2000 Limited, 1-888-991-5921, and refresh yourself. Carrier, turn to the experts.
Two great leaders in your kitchen today. Leader Island Margarine leading the way. Cooking up light, tasting right. Vegetable premium, cholesterol free. Leader Island Margarine.
Them taste good, you see.
Maximum leaders.
Barco Caribbean Limited, the prestigious manufacturers and distributors of high-quality household products. Products such as Super Bright Ceramic Cleaner, Super Pine Disinfectant, and Chlorite Bleach can be found island-wide in all leading supermarkets and grocery stores at very affordable prices. You're listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back online. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yes, good afternoon.
Yes, hello, cousin. How you doing?
Not too bad. How are you?
Yes, I'm good. As Mr. Scott rightly said earlier, that the PMPs know what the GLP used to be accused of. It's so strange that politics is like a twist, and you get to realize that a lot of the perceptions people had of the Labour Party was a lot of it was a myth.
Well,
yes, because.
But I tell you something, sir. The idea of having a two-party political system, or multi-party.
Yes.
One party goes into office, and it governs, and it brings ideas to the table and so on.
Mm-hmm.
And after a while, it runs out of ideas. It becomes exhausted.
Yes, and it is not like the People's National Party has been doing well, really, and they have been in power for over 18 years, 18 years and 4 months to be exact.
Well, no government before them
yes.
has been in office for as long as that.
Exactly.
Right?
Yes.
What we have had is a situation in which, or what we used to have, situation in which a party would go into office and spend 2 terms in office,
yes.
right? Come out and another party goes in, spends 2 terms, and so on. That keeps on. But now they have been in there for 4 terms, almost. And they're understandably exhausted, I suppose.
And you know what is going to happen? Their anti-democratic stance with regards to how they are operating the party machine with regards to who they put up to represent constituencies is going to be one of their biggest downfalls.
Yes.
Because, the People's National Party has always been a party that has been associated over the years with true democracy. And what is happening that in recent times, they have really not been democratic.
Well, I don't know that the party has been associated. I mean, I don't think that that a party that was responsible for that episode in the
early 50s.
70s. No.
Sorry.
1976 state of emergency.
Yes.
I don't know that there was anything democratic about that.
Next Tuesday will be 31 years since the state of emergency. Next Tuesday, June 19th.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. And it will be 4 years since the Jamaica Labour Party won the local government election.
Yes.
Yes. Thursday, June 19, 2003.
I don't know that there was anything democratic about that. You know about.
Yes, the state of emergency.
Yeah.
Yes, yes, and I know that they have really not been democratic, but there's a perception that the people over the years that the
yes, they've made out themselves to be.
But you can see now, and you remember they used to accuse Mr. Siaga when he led the party of being very dictatorial and authoritarian and so forth, and they're not even realizing that when the party was formed in 1943, the one of the fellows there, I think it was Lyndon Newland, was actually elected as the first secretary.
Which party was formed in that? The Labour Party?
The Jamaica Labour Party, yes.
43, yes.
And there's another gentleman, I don't know if it was Alan or one of them, who was elected the first chairman.
Yeah.
And this is the same party we're talking about, but there was a myth that the Jamaica Labour Party has always been authoritarian. That's not true. From its inception, it has been democratic.
Well.
Right? Another issue. It is going to be very hard for the People's National Party to retain the Southeast St. Andrew seat, you know, Mr. Perkins.
Southeast St. Andrew?
Yes. Joan Gordon Webley is leading Miss Maxine and Wilson.
According to?
Well, I don't really follow polls, really, but the last poll said that the Jamaica Labour Party was leading that.
So look,
but I don't follow polls.
You don't follow polls?
Really?
But when it says, the poll says something that you like, you quote it?
Well, I don't follow. I was just referencing that it said that, but whether it said that or not, I know that Miss Webley is leading, the Jamaica Labour Party is leading in that constituency.
Oh, that's
and it's going to be very hard for the People's National Party to maintain that seat. Because you see, Miss Webley is concentrating on the issues that are facing the people. Because that seat has been neglected for the past 4.5 years.
Yes.
The issues have not been dealt with in terms of roads, garbage collection, among many other things, noise pollution and so forth.
Anyway, so what are you come to talk about? Just to campaign?
No, well, not campaigning. I was just stating certain facts. You know, not campaigning at all.
I see.
You understand what I say? But this is a reality.
Sounds very much like a campaign speech.
Well, well, you can say you said that. Not me, but you know, it's still factual. Remember, the People's National Party, they are the government of today.
Yes,
and
indeed.
personally, I don't like that. I don't like you must force people on people. That is not democratic. So I think we have a right to talk out on certain issues.
All right. Thank you very much. We're running out of time, eh? Okay, hello?
Hello.
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Perkins. First on your show, and I'm an ardent listener.
Well, I'm happy to have you.
Yes, calling from Southeast St. Ann, but not pertaining to what is happening
Oh,
here.
Southeast St. Ann you are.
Yes. Mr. Perkins, I'm not a prophetess, but, you know, I just had to call you concerning the Bob Wilmot's case, you know?
Yes.
And I'm not a police officer either. But, sir, when I watched the clip on the television, when he learned that they had lost the match, he was just packing up, and I was reading what he was not saying. And what he was actually saying, sir, the unheard part of it, I am through with this. I can't take this anymore. He was just putting in the laptop and everything and moving fast. And, sir, when I heard all these news and all these stories, sir, I prophesied something, but not like the other prophet. Sir, how can a man die of natural causes when you enter his bed, the room that he's in, and there is vomit on the wall, there is feces, I understand, splashing out, and the man seem as if to them he was strangled. No, they say natural cause. When you die of natural cause, sir, you lay down in your bed and die.
No, not necessarily.
Not necessarily.
No.
However, sir, I believe with all my heart that after they took the overseas people came and they did another, their own investigation. They found out that the wonderful man could not take the pressure that was coming to him, and so he killed himself.
No, I don't think there's any.
I believe.
I don't know that there's any evidence of that.
There is none, sir, but there is something wrong with the whole of it.
No, but we have to go by evidence, you know.
Sir? Then what happened
and
to
in
his
the same
neck?
way.
What happened to the neck? And some hand must reach him. If he's not an outside hand, it's his own hand.
No.
That was trying
no,
to
he could have died. No.
I don't think he could take the pressure that was coming to him.
Well,
sir.
if he was under pressure, right? Then I don't know. That may have contributed to his heart
failure.
Or heart attack or whatever.
Or cardiac arrest.
Well, that is what the pathologists abroad are saying, that he died of a heart condition.
And vomit up like that, sir?
Well, yes, I don't, possibly.
Oh, I wish to.
I don't know.
And then the last part of it, sir, was what I was thinking, that after they did their investigation, they realized that maybe he killed himself, and so they just decided to close it and not bother with the fuss and the argument, and not bother with any.
So hold on a little bit. So what are you saying? That the police received a pathological report.
Yeah.
On the basis of that report, they came to the conclusion that that the report was inconclusive.
Yeah.
Then, a matter of a few hours later, they came to another conclusion, that it was suspicious.
Yeah.
It gave rise to suspicion. Then, a few hours later, that it gave rise to, provided evidence of murder.
Yes.
Right? Then you're now telling me that they've come to another conclusion. That he committed suicide.
Yes.
Huh?
And sir, I believe after this report you're going to hear this last piece, because
look here,
Mom. It just quiet down. Sir.
Whatever happened to Mr. Wilmot,
yes,
we should be very concerned about the competence of our police force.
So true.
Yes?
That's why I'm saying, sir, you're still going to have another report, and listen out.
You think you're going to have another report?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. It's not yet done, sir. This thing, it don't end like that.
What is this report going to say now?
I won't prophesy yet, sir. I don't want to.
Look here. The name prophet.
Yes.
Is not a good one in this country, you know.
It don't go down so well, sir.
The name prophet is associated with all sorts of falsehood. Right? So
I'm discerning the
don't
case,
invite people to refer to you as a prophet.
No, I'm discerning the case.
Right?
Well, you do have a wonderful weekend, Mr.
All right,
Perkins.
thank you very much.
Bless your heart.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, hello? Hello? Okay. We seem to have lost them all then. And we're coming very close to the end of today's program. Okay, well, one looks forward to the weekend. I hope it will be a good one for us all. And we'll look forward to being back with you on Monday morning, usual time, usual place. Until then, so long.
You've been listening to Perkins Online on Power 106. Join us again on Monday, 10 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. for yet another edition of Perkins Online.